Are you on?
Welcome, YouTube, to a special little series we're going to be doing. This is Mage the Fracture. A side story, one of many, that will tell of the rest of the events of the world as our intrepid hunters try to find hope, forgiveness for their sins, and the like. This group, however, feels not an ounce of pity for what they do. This is a team, a roundabout gathering of those in the shadows who may assist, deny, or antagonize the various players in the wings waiting to be announced upon the stage of Hunter. You will see how many people came to be, how they will fall, and how they may directly affect our heroes. Do not have pity for these foes. Do not see them as anything less than those that brave the dark to learn the answer why. Please introduce yourselves.
All right. You want to go first, Mystic, or should I?
I'll go last.
Okay. All right. My character's name is Natalia Morozova. She is, by her very nature, a piece of shit. I'm kidding. She's more of a trickster. She has a bit of a interesting aspect in life. Some of her motivations are still a little bit more bound towards the pursuit, I guess you can say. But let's go into the main thing. She is an illusionist and a necromancer. Okay. Also, she is connected to the Arcanum. She is considered a high-class member of their group. I guess she's in their council, too. I honestly do not have too much knowledge on this, so forgive me for my lack of knowledge. And is there anything else we need to know on the spot, or... I have some more stuff I can...
Are we in London? Where are we?
Yeah.
You are in London.
Okay.
And I will set the scene.
Hold on, I got a little bit more.
Yourself.
I can yap. Alright, okay. She is of a unholy descent. And ironically, is very good at hiding that from the looks of it. But she has a little bit of a dark secret. We'll end it like that on mine.
Alright, on to you, Mystic.
Evening, everyone. I will be playing Ophelia Nightingale, a freelancer, if you will. She is somewhat of an infernalist, or has some sort of infernal connection. The tidings for her are low, constantly struggling against madness, but also clarity. She may seem like a woman broken at first, but you'll find that she has deceptively gathered a lot of the pieces back. And I think that's the most terrifying. Who knows how she put those back together? She was a former member of the Council of the London Chapter House, though after a particular incident, she was excommunicated. Her value was such that they could never truly part ways with her. Sometimes they even call for her services. Her main playground, as she likes to call it, is London as a whole, a supernatural hotbed with plenty of opportunity for our dainty little infernalist to play around with. Her intentions are shrewd and covered in fog. She is of an unknown age. Something has profoundly gone wrong. Whenever you see her, it's unnerving. It doesn't feel like you're looking at a person. Despite her outwardly beautiful appearance, it is her presence and her spirit that makes people feel disgusted, like standing in front of an enemy of the world that has landed her in no small amount of trouble. There's also a consideration to be made. She's willing to go to whatever lengths it takes to get the job done. And it doesn't matter how many corpses she has to pile up to do it. I think, personally, we're in for a wild ride with this one. That will be all. Thank you.
Of course.
No doubt.
And now, before we introduce our third member, it's time to set the scene.
All right.
You see, you are within quite the establishment. While one of your appearance standing, from a glance, should be within laboratories, libraries, academic circles, you are within what could best be described as a dingy place. Left and right, there are brick walls covered in thick moss and grime, secretions as if the walls are bleeding. It wasn't always like this. In fact, when Ophelia first acquired this property after a job, the owner, finding that they have wanted nothing more to do with it after one of her impromptu services, it was spick and span. All of the ectoplasm, all of the goop, all of the grime, all of it had been swept away by one of your magical circles, back into hell, or oblivion, or the Shadowlands. Whatever vague term you believe it must have gone here on off to. In the middle of this main room, where there are no windows, just candlelight, an old desk, you, a chair, and a kettle that's always boiling. It's never cold. Even when there's no water inside, you can pour out a frothing cup. On the walls, various symbols continue to find themselves scrawled and etched, even though no one physically has made them. Maybe it's just your vision. Even when she blinks, she swears that centipedes crawl up and down the walls with far too many legs, human eyes, but that's fine. After all, home is where the heart is. Home is where your doll is. Home is where the pieces have fallen together. Upon your desk lay 3 strange envelopes, one of which is sealed with a Roman candle. Another is perfectly cut, as if from lace. It's airy, it's delicate. The writing is prim, proper, to the point, dotted I's. And the last one, the most mysterious, is a simple yellow envelope, like the one that children would come home with their report cards. These 3 are cast across your desk. Haphazardly, yes, but not to be forgotten. It's been a long day. You've been hiding, or rather, debating your move. The tumultuousness of London in wake of the Arcanum, the Inquisition, and now a new organization that you've heard whisper of, a library raised up in London, moved between countries. You don't know too much about the details, but supposedly it was founded by one of the Arcanum's greatest alumni. The church, now hungry for knowledge in this modern waking era, nearing the end, has tried to pressure the Arcanum into even revealing your whereabouts. But thanks to allies, steadfast, cruel, conniving, those you've put your grip on with threats of demonic incantation, summoning forth their own personal demons from their closets just to drag them back, they have held back the tide of confessionals and errant priests. That is all.
I would like to read each of the letters in order of which I first received. You can go and read them yourself, one by one.
Okay. The dainty letter is first, the one directly in front of you. To Whispering Thorn. Pardon. This greeting is extended to you out of necessity, not pleasantry. I have heard much of your exploits, your talents. I propose the two of us engage within a mutually beneficial partnership. As proof of sincerity, alongside this letter is a pneumotube. So within, you will find a token of my esteem, should your interest be piqued by such a thing. High tea shall be served today at Fortnum and Mason's upon 4 o'clock. Simply show this letter to the man on the 4th floor. Should you not show, no harm done. We will never speak of this again. Your address will never be visited again. And we go our separate ways. Sincerely, Newland.
Okay. A job
Across,
offer. Interesting.
across the table as well, there is that tube. You know what a pneumotube is, correct? Brass, sealed, a small compartment on the front to open its contents. These are usually sent up through vacuum chambers to different parts of old buildings to get mail across faster. It's not open yet.
Proceed.
It's your choice to proceed. Will you open the pneumotube or not? Or you move to other letters?
Yeah. No, I'll open it.
As you part the door open, you find a mechanical marvel. You find what appears to be the pieces. Very easy to put together. By the end of it, you have brass pieces that construct into a gramophone, a small gramophone that can fit in your hands, about a foot wide. It's incredible how many small pieces just effortlessly click together the moment that you touch them. As if building itself, using you as the vessel. Yet it has no disc.
Quite an archaic way to send a message these days.
The metal of the gramophone itself, of the large horn atop the receiver, it's cold. It's a cold, deep steel. It chills you to the bone just to touch it.
Interesting.
Mm.
So,
The next, I
this is
suppose.
not something that I
Mhm.
usually utilize. So I'm quite curious, actually.
There is no disc. There is no record. There is nothing for it to draw its needle upon. Not yet.
I'll be cautious about this one. I'll place it in a nice sealed box.
Of course. The whole room is colder after you've let it rest. Whatever room it's in feels frigid. All right. On to the next.
What does the final letter say?
Oh no,
It's childish design.
Oh no. We're on to the second one. That was the first letter. Still, this is
Right,
the
of course.
second. To whom it may concern, Miss Ophelia. Let us not wax pleasantries. May all facades fall by the wayside as we reveal ourselves for what we are. I am but a humble servant of God, given wings, flame, and sword, all in the effort to guide the wayward flock of the Lord into the garrison, to be the bulwark that protects the children that our vaunted eternity stands for. Recently, however, my flock has taken a more zealous approach to my tender teachings, as I'm sure your fellows in Arcana will be aware. And upon that subject, mum is the word. I have no intention to expose you to the short-sighted dumentations of my congregation. Come, let us talk it, and the other subjects of supposed sin over. I am situated within Westminster Cathedral until 8 p.m. tonight. I await your arrival with due diligence. I have baked many delightful treats to accompany coffee and tea as we compose, propose, and sing upon the many ways to remove you from the Inquisition's primary target list for the harbinging of knowledge, research, and practice of demonology. Your soon-to-be friend, kindly fatherly figure, one who leads the flock, Piotr Donadieu.
A rather odd way to address me. It's refreshing, I suppose. Most people just spew vitriol at me. A welcome change, I suppose, if not a tad bit concerning.
And the last letter. Dare you open the childish yellow envelope?
There's a slight hesitation, a soft smile, but business is business.
What falls out as you turn the envelope over and open it is origami frogs.
Hmm. I've
Composed
never
of
seen this before.
composed of strange little words upon them. No, they're not words. They're numbers. They're letters. They're receipts. They're made from receipts, all pointing to a reservation that's been made for you. And to a very special one. Perhaps you may have heard of Hutong. It's a rather famous Chinese restaurant. Very expensive to get into. Reservations that include that the entire restaurant has been rented out for a party in your honor. Miss Whispering Thorn. It says simply, we are not acquainted with the means of the West. We believe that your services are needed for a more natural-looking touch. We privy you to make this a priority. Renting out an entire restaurant's not exactly cheap. And the duck here is only served once a week. Do not waste this chance for a fine dinner. Please come at any time when the sun is not up.
Wow, I sure am quite popular tonight.
As you
That
look around
begs
the
the
room,
question, who do I go to first?
the clock in the corner reads that it is currently 2 p.m.
Huh, the afternoon. I guess I must have been mistaken. Research often does drown out the time.
And as for you, Natalia,
Hello?
as your friend has woken from her daily dose of reality outside of her study, You can hear her talking to herself, murmuring from a room away, as you too stay in this building. However, your current location, the kitchen, is much more clean. Whatever spirits cloy and clatter at her room dare not enter the sanctum in which you prepare sustenance.
Understandable. I'm
They
quite a
know
scary
better.
individual.
Yes. They learned their lesson after a few threats of putting them within, let's say, a much more punchable form. It's very strange, of course, when you learned this. I'm sure it came even as a shock to Natalia when she learned that many spirits, once they learn the true threat of having a shoe thrown at them after years of being incorporeal, the pain becomes all the more intense.
Oh, yeah. At the thought of that, Natalia would just split into a little bit of a demented laugh. Just giggling to herself. Remembering that one spirit's reaction when the shoe just merely hit them on the head.
Yes, it was very difficult to have that spirit even come back around to perform its basic duties. You scared the hell out of it. Well, I guess more so you scared the death out of it.
Alright. Anyways, I guess... Where am I exactly? Am I laying down?
You're in the kitchen. You're in the kitchen currently.
Am I baking a sandwich?
After all, making... Well, you are... Unfortunately, Ophelia has a habit of running herself into the ground. And as you are her closest friend, only ally, you have to prepare something suitable for her in the morning, nothing too heavy. You have essentially vitamin-laced tea, vitamin-laced sugar, and vitamin-laced creamer. There is enough vitamins in this to fuel a horse. But it's all that she can... It is the best thing to give her in the morning after her wake up.
Alright. Well, I guess Natalia would just fix up the little bits that she needed. And then would also fix something up that, obviously she needs. Not what Ophelia would need. A little bit of a cup of coffee to get going.
Of course. Even if your money isn't always... Well, of course, the money that Ophelia makes off her jobs that you, as well, make off your grants is enough. Your spirits are easy ways of acquiring more expensive things, such as the various filet mignons that line the fridge, the door, the other rare, expensive cooking wines that line the walls. Yes, as composed to the rest of the house. This structure, by the way, if you two are aware, is a repurposed apartment building that is the sole property of you two, given to Ophelia after she completed a very nasty exorcism. The worst she's ever faced, actually. What lurked in this building was not a specter, nor a wraith. No. Ophelia had her run-in with a group that called themselves Brothers to the Ninth Circle. Well, she certainly sent them to the Ninth Circle. Of course, that whole advent is a distant memory now, even though it had only been 6 months prior. It felt like home now. The Arcanum does not visit, as they don't know this location. Spirits know better than to linger too long unless they are your own private boys, we'll say.
Yeah.
And even more so, the only other visitor, a strange old man, which you two are very familiar with, who hasn't been around recently, as he's been putting the finishing touches on something. To give a better example, with how the house is divided, you may choose what floors you two have, but the difference is stark. At least when it comes to Ophelia. This converted apartment building, which roughly only comes with like 3 floors, Ophelia's rooms are, such as her study, disturbed, for lack of a better term. Let me go back on that because I got messed up. Townhouse. It's a converted townhouse. My bad. So it's still large. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's near the docks of London. You guys are almost next to the River Thames. So anyway, sorry, my bad. Clever conversion. I screwed up. Ugh. But the waft of death, the cruel river that has taken many lives. Whenever you peer into the Shadowlands, whenever either of you two peer into the spirit world, there's a constant flow of souls, of death, of decay.
Yep.
It's perfect for you two. It's the perfect cover. To other supernaturals that you know of, you two are hiding right in the thick of it. They can't find you. They can't navigate to you. Even the Arcanum's best, who have been searching for Ophelia, can't find her while she's here. This location is perfect. And while you may prefer the finer things when it comes to your furniture, at the very least, Ophelia's little symptoms from that doll don't leak out to rooms that aren't hers. So, you can have your fine wine.
Yep, indeed.
Of course it wasn't. And looking at the wine, you sure are relieved. It's not like the first time you met that the two of you had bunked together on an Arcanum paycheck. The moment you pressed that red to your lips and it became actual blood. That was awful. That was a good bottle too.
Natalia, at the thought of that, just grimaced, looking at the wine again.
Mm.
Instead of just
Yes, it was-
staring at it, she would go up, grab the bottle of wine, open it, sniff it, and take a breath of relief, thinking, thank God that didn't happen again. And then would proceed
even
to start
better
drinking it.
At least it's not the bourbon incident. The bourbon incident had made Ophelia laugh at you. You thought it was intentional. I mean,
Ugh.
you spent 3 hours retching because you hadn't even realized that dead fetal rat had passed your lips.
The dead creature.
But yes,
Consumption
You
is
hear-
consumption.
you hear her up and about. It would be best to make sure she eats something.
Alright. On
Or at
one
least drinks her
hand, while
vitamin
she
enriched.
still has it, she's gonna set down the fucking bottle of wine that she was starting to drink. Grab one plate, which was meant for Ophelia. Keep her plate here to make sure that it doesn't turn into some rotten meat going in. And would proceed to head towards Ophelia to give her once a day meal.
Your door opens without any knock.
Oh?
It's not rudeness. Ophelia. I'm talking to Ophelia for a moment.
Mhm.
Ophelia, your door opens without any warning. There's only one person that would be that brazen with you.
Hi, hi!
Ah, well, good morning to you.
Indeed. It's such a splendid morning. Anyways, here's your, I guess, once a day grub. Please make sure it doesn't get spoiled. I'm not making you a second.
Yes. The once a day vitamin enriched slop that you take for the sake of saving time. It's not that you don't enjoy eating, Ophelia, correct? You just do this because it's just more effective.
Eating Ophelia? What do you mean, bro?
No, I was saying, no, I said, Ophelia, this is why you do this. It's more effective.
I
It's
don't
more
think
effective.
Natalia would
than-
complain.
Oh my god.
Ricky.
What I said. You know what I said. Shut up. That simply having these liquidated meals, vitamin enriched slop, is much easier than wasting your time on 3 meals a day.
What do you mean? She's just
Efficiency.
intentionally starving her.
Efficiency at its finest.
Yep.
The books call, and I answer.
Although today seems like you might have a more traditional set of meals on your hands.
By the way, what can I
Well,
see in
I'm
the room since I
surprised.
ventured in?
Hmm?
What can I see?
Hold on, bro,
so
better
far?
say something.
Yeah, after you say your thing.
Well, I'm surprised. You actually cooked. What's the occasion?
Why, you don't like my cooking? What, is it such a surprise that I only come in here every now and then to provide you the little bit of food so you don't contaminate my wine? Is that such a hard thing for you?
Are you still blaming me for that?
Yes. She would give
You're
you the
quite
most
petty.
blank stare. I actually like that one. But...
Well, you should have taken better care of it.
The fuck you mean? She'd suddenly raise her voice. Had that thing on a pedestal. It was an altar. It was something to worship. Something to savor
Come
in like
now.
12 years.
Crassness is unbefitting of your station.
You're correct. Anyways, like I said, here's your, I guess, sustenance. Keep you alive for... I don't know how long you'll survive off this, but we'll see.
I don't know if you have other stuff to talk about. When I start eating, I actually do want to monologue a little bit. So,
I
if you
mean,
got something to say or something,
she'll
you know.
probably yap at her own times. I still want to know what's around the room.
Yes. You find your skin crawl immediately. As you swore for a moment, you see a large centipede, larger than you, across the wall. But once you readjust your eyes, it's nothing. It's just a line of grime.
I'm gonna go fight that centipede. Grime.
As you press your fingers against it, you find your fingers almost burn against whatever that was. And then they're fine. Now they're cold. Now they're burning again. And now they're cold. And now you realize it was all in your head.
Damn mental projections. You cast one spell wrong and everything just goes wrong.
When you say that, you suddenly realize that Ophelia's doll is looking at you.
Oh, now you want a piece of me?
The doll doesn't do anything, but you can swear for a moment. There's gentle mirth behind its eyes. It finds you amusing, but in a much more friendly way, as it used to play horrendous tricks on your wine.
No, I blame Ophelia for one part, but it's mainly because you're here. Stay
It
away
says
from my
nothing.
wine.
It says nothing as you say that. As you say stay away from my wine, there's a slight giggle. And then you hear a
No.
bottle breaking somewhere. And not your wine. That might have been your bourbon.
No! She sprints out the room. Not again!
As you run out the room, you slip on a bottle of soap that had somehow spilled all over the floor. You sail across the room, and you stop nose first right in front of your wine rack. Your hands somehow
Finally.
catching a precarious mop that has somehow propped you up.
Oh, that's lucky.
And the soap on the floor, as you get up and look at it, has left a message in terrible cursive with your feet. It's not luck, it says.
You know, now I know it's a damn doll, thinking I'm gonna actually bother reading this damn cursive.
And after you say that, and you lift your foot up again, you kind of catch it once more. Under the feet where you're standing right now, you see, well, you did read it.
Go fuck yourself, damn fucking doll. I swear I'm sell you off to some goddamn eBay marketer.
As you're arguing, and you take even a slight blink, what are you arguing about? All there is just random lines on the ground that you caused by being a klutz.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's
Lines
nothing there.
happen. It's all delusions.
Yep, no words. You truly are losing it.
Oh wait, there's no one around me?
There's no one around you.
Voices. I've heard you like 14 times last night. You think I want to hear you again? Your irrelevant fucking prattles? You're lucky y'all are good company. Oh, some company.
As you talk to yourself.
Actually, where's the fucking... Is there a book? I was reading a book, I thought.
Mm. There is the local newspaper, which has been quite revealing of some of the turmoil plaguing the jewel of the UK.
All right. I guess Natalia's gonna go like pull up the newspaper again, like grab it and then just start, perusing over it again, trying to refresh on what she was reading.
Local congregation takes to the streets.
It's already a congregation in this room.
Mm.
Anything else?
Disappearances. A few as you know, those are becoming a more of a regular thing. Mm.
At least leave the bodies.
As well as tensions rise between possible Italian and Chinese gangs in Soho.
Italian and Chinese.
Mm.
It's just two
As
giant
well as
cultural structures just trying to have a battle to the death. It's funny.
Egyptian fetishism is it making a resurgence from the Victorian era. More and more iconography of Egyptian and Hellenistic times have been seen on people wandering about London. This is a cultural revival.
Wokeism. Well, it's something to look into, find out what's going on there, I guess. She keep talking to herself out loud.
Mm.
You know what?
Oh,
Inner
yeah.
voices, what do y'all think? Surely this at least peruses your interests. Egyptians, after all. Mummies, maybe?
What are you consulting?
Huh?
What are you consulting?
The random voices.
What random voices?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? You know, random voice number 455, you're pretty much being a bitch right now. I'm asking you questions. You know what?
The voice.
I'm going to start blaming it on the doll. Maybe I'll wrap it up in some toilet paper and let it experience the Egyptian life for a couple more weeks. Although I don't need Ophelia throwing a tantrum afterwards. She kind of likes that doll from what I've seen. No, it'd still be funny.
Your last time getting revenge on the doll had gotten Ophelia in much more than just a tizzy. It had nearly ended in you facing a similar fate as those poor bastards who were sent to hell.
You know, as terrible as the situation was, it was kind of exciting. Does that make me a masochist? No.
The voices in your head don't answer, but it probably is.
You know what? Voices in my head. I'll discuss that later on at another date. While I am curious to figure out if I am truly a masochist at heart, I don't think it's relevant to the subject of the Egyptians, so I might have to go out and get some books on the Egyptians. Find out what maybe is being written down everywhere, it seems. I really don't want to deal with a mummy if one shows up, though. That would be a little bit more annoying. It's so crude and dirty.
There's a knock on your door as your musing is cut short.
Can't even talk to myself in peace. Natalia would get up and...
But this location is one to face with certain trepidation.
She ain't gonna care.
Remember. No, wait. Alright.
Bro, everything's in her head at this point. Well, either way, if it's an actual person, maybe, just maybe, I can have a normal interaction without being, I guess, roasted by soap or... Wait, is the soap even there still? She'd look for the soap?
Yes. Nope, the soap is... There's no soap.
Who cares? Anyway, she'd go for the door and attempt to see if someone's there.
There is someone there.
Oh, that's new.
You see a man with darker skin. He's dressed similar to a member of the Arcanum, just a bit more Hyronian fashion. You see what appears to be a necklace bearing some kind of guiding light on it, or a star.
He's gonna make some corny joke, isn't he? She thought to herself. Out loud. Let him in. She'd open the door.
He waits outside the threshold of the door. He simply asks, might I inquire if Madame Whispering Thorn is here?
I could see, but I feel like I would like to ask who you are before I run off gallivanting to...
We know who you are.
I don't care if you know who I am. Who are you?
I'm asking if Miss Ophelia Nightingale is here.
No. I'm asking you who you are. You can ask your questions after you answer my question.
I am just a lowly custodian.
Then I'm going to close the door on you.
His hand reaches out and he stops the door.
Listen, you can't make advances on a woman when she's already going through a mental faculty breakdown. Like, come on, I had an argument with Soap.
That sounds rather thrilling. I'd love to hear about all the details. Pontificate them to me.
You're trying to flirt with me now, is that what you're doing?
No. I see you as nothing less than a repository for knowledge. Now I ask you one more time.
And I just see you as a hobo trying to come into my house and ask where my people are. You know, maybe, just maybe, I'm coveting my lonely time. But you know, no.
And I see you as a member of the Arcanum.
Jeez.
May I come in?
You can, but I wish to know your intentions.
I wish to see Miss Ophelia.
Such a vague bastard you are. Did you know that?
I simply wish to tell her, to consult her, and to watch her.
I mean, the door's been open for a good 2 minutes now since we've been prattling.
Yes, but I only now got your consent to enter.
Yes. I don't know why you ask for such consent.
He is
stuck
easily...
like a vampire.
He laughs. Do not consult me in such a way. Do not label me in such a way.
I label people as I wish.
I do not run from the light of humanity. I bear its torch.
Correct, yet you stare at doors asking for permission to enter. Really brightening my mood.
He sits down and he simply walks over. As if being in this building before, you see him walk over to Ophelia's room.
So many
Mystic, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me do my monologue first.
Gotcha. Okay.
Anyways, I want to go check up on my whiskey.
Okay, when you go upstairs, you find your bourbon, your nicest Prince Philip bourbon, which costs around $300,000 per bottle, has exploded.
Out of nowhere, Natalia would head towards the bathroom and grab toilet paper. It seems I'm going through with some more shit. Or, like, she even leaves the room, she would start giving off a little bit of a malicious, like, slip into the undead aura. As if she's about to start a fight for her life.
All of the spirits begin to depart whatever room you're in. Yes, please give me your monologue.
The most depressing time of day is when it's time for sustenance. It's usually done at the start. It always begins like this. It starts with silence. Not the kind that soothes, but the kind that listens, that waits. There's a moment just before the veil stirs, when the world forgets how to breathe. That's where I live now. I used to pray for light. Now I just trace circles in ash and ask the dark to answer. It always does. Sooner or later, it always does. The first time I heard its voice, I thought it was mine, like something buried under years of reason and restraint had finally clawed its way to the surface. But it wasn't mine. It was older, hungrier, and far too patient. They warned me, of course. Books stitched shut with rusted wire. Names scratched out in holy text. Tales of those who reached too far and burned for it. But no one tells you the truth. The fire doesn't kill you, it remakes you. I don't sleep much anymore. Dreams turn inwards now, like tunnels spiraling through bone and memory, down to where the foundations rot, down to where something is waiting, coiled in heat and memory. Every chant, every drop of blood, every time I took too long staring into a mirror that doesn't reflect me, it brings me closer. The doll, my most prized possession, and a most irrefutable curse, speaks, perhaps not in words, but in feelings, tight little knots in my spine, or whispers in the corners of silence. I think it knows what's coming. I think it's seen it before. I envy its stillness. I tell myself I'm in control, that I bend the abyss to my will. But some nights, when the air shifts and the floor groans under invisible weight, I wonder if I'm just the shape it wears to walk. Power was never the goal. Understanding was. But power came anyway, stitched to every syllable I stole from the mouths of the damned. It seeps through me now, a quiet rot dressed in velvet and scripture. I am not lost, not yet, but I am no longer found. Ah, there we go.
Of course. Hmm.
I am broken out of my reverie with what appears to be knocks on the door.
Hmm.
Clearly, this can't be Natalia. She doesn't knock.
Hmm.
I try to straighten my posture to appear somewhat professional before allowing them to enter.
As much as
Please,
you
come in.
as much as you preen and clean yourself, your hair still moves about as
After the interaction.
as your hair moves around almost like cobwebs or cockroach legs twitching. They're always trying to find new purchase on your skin to wrap your neck, as if to shelter any exposed skin from this man. He gives you a look up and down. Just from a glance, you can tell. Iranian, perhaps. No, closer to Egypt. Or at least he must have visited there recently, if it's less of skin pigmentation and more of a tan. He sits down in front of you. He lets himself into the chair. Ophelia Nightingale, I presume. My name is Ross. Ross Fortep. I'm sure you already know from the rumors walking around the dark circles what I probably am and who I'm situated with.
Charmed, I'm sure. But names are only masks, and I've seen too many slip. You've got presence. Most people just take up space.
Mm.
So, what is it you want from me?
As you know, the Fonteps, my family, were originally archaeologists. We helped donate to the British National Museum, and then we were one of the first founding members of the Arcanum. You're aware of this, correct?
Whoa, a bigwig came to visit this time.
I'm not
What
nearly as
shall we do?
I'm not nearly as infamous as the Witch of Thames, now am I?
My, aren't you just a flirt?
I've come not as a member of the Arcanum. I am no longer a member of such a vapid organization of foggies and fools. I know that you're in the business, and I know that this concept does not interest you, but I know that who I represent will. He holds out. He reaches his pocket. You hear him like climbing around there. He goes, and there you are. He holds out a crumpled slightly letter wrapped in dusty old parchment, and you can hear and you can see a piece of metal, perhaps a key, moving around within the envelope. He holds it out between between his index and middle finger. For you.
Someone sent you all the way here just to be a messenger. Have they never heard of the post office? I do
No,
take mail.
I took it upon myself to ensure that this letter reached your hands of my own volition. Your eyes are too important to take even the nariest chance of delay.
Well, I'm flattered.
Don't be flattered. Take it as the proof that we know how important your eyes are. She who has seen past the gate. She who houses a vessel of earth within a vessel of clay. There's so many nicknames and rumors about you. How long have you been active? I heard it's been years.
I don't think that's of any import right now.
Hmm.
You've circled long enough. Say it plain.
Open the
What
letter and read.
really brought you to me? Since you're such a gentleman, why don't you read it for me?
Ah, but that would defeat the purpose of granting you the ability to open it or refuse it. I can't choose for you, milady. That's not a gentleman's job. Our job is to open or close the doors that women like you can step into tomorrow.
You've used up your mystery already. Well, hand it over then.
He gestures once again as he has it outstretched to you between his two fingers.
I make a bit of a dramatic showing, taking out my letter opener, kind of sighing as I open it. What are the contents?
A single note and a heavy key clangs against your desk with a much more frightful weight than even you had expected. It surprises you. Your eyes flutter. It's practically a paperweight.
I'll read the note first, though I'm a little bit surprised.
We invite you to loan a book from our library. so long as you deposit one in return. We're offering you the chance to join the lighthouse. Or at the very least, to peruse one of our sanctums in exchange for an ounce of the knowledge you possess.
A chance? From you? You must think me naive, or desperate, or worse, curious. But I've seen what follows after someone offers something too easily. Gifts like that come wrapped in thorns and whispered debts.
That's true.
Why now, of all times? We could have made this trade years ago.
No, we couldn't have, because we didn't have anything you would have been interested in. Besides the structure itself, the promise of what could be in there. What if I told you that we have a cipher? That's right. A cipher. Not complete, but close enough for you to defer the rest. I've heard of your want to even beat Alan Turing at deciphering a certain manuscript.
Whatever bait it is you think you're using, it's working.
He smiles at that. As well. Oh, I'm not done yet. I was told that this was for your eyes only as a token of our appreciation for even considering the offer. He reaches back and he holds out to you a mold. A heavy wooden mold that looks like it has been used many, many centuries ago. The shape inside is small, like something you'd fit on your finger. A ring, maybe.
Well, this is curious. What is this? A symbol of joining?
It's a mold we recovered from a certain city lost in a desert. A holy land. It's a mold that's one of 10.
You're being rather vague. Come now.
My, for someone like you. You truly forgot the King of Jerusalem. The one who built the first temple. The King of all Israel.
So, her voice becomes a little bit more serious. You expect me to believe that you have obtained a relic that many like myself have been searching for centuries. And not only do you possess this, but you claim to possess a cipher that can translate my life's work.
Potentially. He gives you a slight grin, but that's the fun. I know that if it was 100% insured, you would become bored and not take it. But now that there's a chance that it might be wrong, you're going to bet on the chance it might be right.
Well, I'll have to cross-examine the validity of your claims.
I will say, the mold was found in a very interesting place. Whether this leaves it credence or not, you won't believe where we found this. Care to guess where we found this mold for what we believed you won the rings?
Well, don't keep me in suspense now.
We harvested it from a blank body.
Blank body.
I
Is that
believe
what
you.
you call the leeches?
Yes. I'm surprised you call them that. I thought that only the werewolves called them that.
I have strange friends.
I did not realize you ran with that. But this was harvested by the ones that call themselves Bali. It was in Afghanistan. They were moving it. They called it the genuine article. Supposedly, one by the name of Ball led them to it.
Well, you know about the Bali. I suppose that makes this a little bit difficult for me.
What's more surprising is that you know about them. And he looks around the building, especially considering what I heard about this building. I didn't think you'd have the
Come
chance to
now,
study
rumors
them if
are
you.
always so exaggerated.
Is it true you sent them to hell? You granted their wish to be with their masters.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't think they realize the hell they worship is not the hell they're going to.
Perhaps someone's hell is another person's heaven. We'll never know. Not until we get there. Now, I've left you here for this offer for a reason. We wish to consult with you, as we said, an ounce of your knowledge in an item that can only be discussed while within the premises that we have invited you to. Call it insurance of sanctity.
Well, I understand the letter and the mold, but what's this key for?
It's for the mausoleum.
You're inviting me to a mausoleum.
Oh, please. He looks at you. It's no different than your regular haunts, now is it?
Hey now, I take offense. I'm a professional, not some grave robber.
Oh, you're not a grave robber. Well, I've heard about some of your other projects. Well, your friends' projects, more or less. It would be a shame if Pyotr knew about those.
Are you trying to threaten me right now?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you that while you think you might not be seen, many eyes are upon you.
I think you profoundly misunderstand the kind of woman I am. I am seen, I am heard. The problem is, it takes you people a little bit longer to notice.
We've been very busy. I'm not sure if you've heard about our little scuffle with a certain group of individuals. Driving them from London's taken much of our time, but they believed that they could try and, well, you know, poke at us. They wish to test our mettle. These conspiracies don't realize that our foundations are not as young as they think they are. Yes, but you already knew that. Well
I'm
then.
not interested in whatever feud you people may have with those pencil pushers. Okay? Listen, I'm a little bit tired of the charades. So, I have a few books for you to choose from. I'm interested in trade, but I will only trade after you have proven your claims. The list goes as follows. I'm willing to offer the Volucris Malum, the Testament of the Hollow Choir, the 13th Sermon of Saint Lamach. Which do you prefer?
He raises a finger and he points at you. We want you.
Unfortunately, I'm not for sale.
You misunderstand. We want the you before you. We want the fracture.
Excuse me?
We want the fracture. We have the means to recreate and extract the fracturing point from you. We need to see that. Because of what lies within a mind like yours, the moment that it bursts forth. That's what we want. While yes, your other knowledges are incredibly invaluable, and in due time we will try our best to gain those, what we truly wish for is the moment that you entered this world of
I would
supernatural
like to
activity.
cut him off.
Mhm.
I don't think it would just be her rage. I think the doll would be very angry. Someone is trying to touch what is rightfully not theirs, and I don't think it's very happy.
Mm.
And I think it's willing to show that little temper tantrum. Let's see how our guest handles it.
Okay. He stays steadfast. See his eyes as you notice that like filth begins to crawl over him. The room suddenly, for a brief moment, becomes like a freezer. Yet he is unperturbed.
Nah, this is a bullshit. I won't roll against it.
And I'm saying he's
Yo, let me use the ghosts.
he's using actual conviction, Mystic.
Nah, I summon the ghosts now. Back rooms.
As he
Ambush.
stares at you. His eyes do move left and right. He is wary. He does expect an attack. He does not believe that he is truly safe, but he stands his ground. I have faced many horrors. Do not believe you are the first, and do not believe that your rage will be the last. I simply told you what we wanted, not what we were willing to trade for. I am willing to trade whichever of those 3 books you believe is the most conducive to what you find there. That is all.
You know, you ask for much. So why don't I ask you something of equal value? Why don't you bring me to your little tower? Hmm?
When,
Ooh? Now that's surprising.
if you truly wish to go, then it is my duty as both gentleman and as a brute who asked you to make that journey. Correct?
Hmm. While I don't mind trading information, I'm not really interested in joining you. Well, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not a big fan of your people.
Mm, understandable. I have heard that you had an interesting interaction with someone you once called a colleague that joined our rank. I believe the exact words that you used to describe them were, what was it? Yes. I believe you talked through your doll with a squeaky voice and said that they had become sand for brains.
What is he talking about? Like out of context? The hell is he talking about?
He's saying that you saw someone who was an Arcana member who joined them, and when you met them again, they were a sand for brains. They didn't care anymore. She didn't see the life of someone who was alive. She saw someone who had become completely dedicated to the material and to simply the pursuit of knowledge, nothing else. There was not the same hunger as what she felt for knowledge. It was the acquisition and protection, not the distribution.
Well, how about this then? If I'm really of such great import, then I would like to speak to your leader. If you can set a meeting, I'd be happy to oblige.
Set whatever time you'd like.
Well, I have a string of requests to get to. How about a month from now?
Of course. I'll return 1 month from now on this very hour. He looks at his he pulls out a pocket watch. Exactly 2:30 p.m.
Wait, before you leave, I am interested in your previous offer. If you want, I can send the books with you right now, and in good faith, I hope you will send me your findings on the manuscript.
He smiles at you and says, "While that does sound tempting, I know there is beauty in letting you wait. But I already foresaw this. My bosses had informed me not to make such a move, but there's a reason why I am considered one of the pros when it comes among custodians. You see, he reaches into his actual coat, a secret pocket. You can't even see where it starts or ends, and you see him pull out a very, very protective cover, and he slides it onto your desk. I knew that you would only be satisfied if you managed to have your interests immediately taken care of. The ring mold and this will be left in your care. Don't lose them. The envelope has, you can already see it from the thin the actual translucency of the envelope, the manuscript, the cipher. It looks legit, even from here.
Well, as a parting message, I have something to tell your leader. 12 glories, 10 crowns, and 7 hills.
Good laughing. Is that what you believe comes next? Truly, you invoke the iconography of that thing as the omen that you wish for me to depart with.
I think you may have misunderstood something. Here's hoping your leader knows what I'm talking about.
Okay. He steps out. He takes the books of you and you offer them to him, and he leaves with his. As he heads out. As soon as he passes by Natalie and he goes out the door, It closes, and he is gone just as quickly as he came. So, as you begin to prep yourself, you suddenly see a ghost racing around your room. Ophelia. Comical, whimsical, as it bounces from corner to corner, begging for your attention.
What is this now? I'm really not in the mood.
It gets right in your face. And as it begins to cover your vision, there is a blur of movement as your door swings open, and you soon find your poor doll swaddled in toilet paper. As the ghost that was bouncing around the room simply pops like confetti.
Would you get serious? Come here, damn it. We need to have a little talk.
Oh, really? All right, Natalie would enter the room a little bit more with a satisfied expression on her face, looking at the doll covered in the wrap. I hope you don't get mad about the doll. I mean, it did break one of my favorite drinks. Although, if you're interested
Just
in
let it be.
punishment,
That's not what's important right now.
very well. Her expression would turn a bit more serious. So, what exactly is it that is of importance?
Those uppity librarian bastards think they can walk up in here and act like they're suddenly of such great importance. It really does tick me off the wrong way.
I agree. I was trying to, well, we could say, originally shoo him away, but he seemed a bit more adamant on speaking with you. Truthfully, I had a
They're
few ideas of what I would
interested.
have done, but I was curious what he might provide you.
They're interested in a mutual exchange.
Oh,
They offered me something I've been looking for quite a long time. You know my obsession with that manuscript.
indeed.
They claim to have found a cipher. Whether it's reliable or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Ah,
Honestly, I think those pretentious bastards are gonna get what's coming to them. Did
oh,
you know they were picking a fight with that international conglomerate?
it sounds like them. I mean, well, as you'd expect of the world. What were they trying to offer in exchange? Like, clearly they didn't just come in here to give you information.
Well, the messenger here apparently wants me to donate one of my books, my research, to their
Oh,
library. In return, they'll offer me first-hand information about the cipher and whatever other interesting things they've dug up. They claim to have a mold of the old man. Of course, I'm talking about, you know, Solomon.
Solomon himself. That is
Yes.
interesting.
The
Although,
You
envelope by
know,
on your so
sorry,
the
go ahead.
envelope on your desk. This is not obviously the legit cipher. It's pictures of it, and they're in such a way where it shows you what looks legit, but there are certain parts of it kept out of frame.
they're always so vague with their imagery, too.
You know, it really does rub me the wrong way. Don't you find it? Their history is not even a fraction of ours, and they suddenly think they can play the big man. I think they're in for a very rude awakening.
Well, I agree. After all, when they did come in here, they acted like they were the big honchos, not even allowing me to close a door. Honestly, it
You
would have
know,
been funnier just to send a ghost on them. I won't lie.
I encountered a few of those ascended,
Oh,
you know, our mage cousins.
Mm-hmm.
They're starting to move. I'm not sure why, but they seem to have dealings with that conglomerate, or it appears that way on the surface. I can't imagine they're going to be very happy when they find out a lot of their clients have been booted out of the country. These
No,
people are poking at a beehive. Well, who are we to interfere, am I right?
Yes, yeah. I wouldn't see a use in interfering. Let them sow their own doom, their own discord.
You know, this rude fellow asked me to share secrets of my awakening. Can you imagine?
Yes, he's got some gall. A little bit more balls than I expected.
Well, what do
Although,
you expect of those?
that would
Always
be...
going around cutting things down. These veritable butchers think that as long as they wear something prim and proper, pretend to be all vague and mysterious, suddenly we'll respect them as fellow scholars.
The more they try, the more idiotic they seem. It's like watching a clown put on an act. Well, I
You
shouldn't
know,
be saying anything.
I'm not exactly sure how the council feels about this, but I think we should cut our losses. Here, who knows? I don't think we're ready to pick a fight with mages.
I agree. It'd be a bit more
Share that little
vexing.
tidbit of information, by the way, and see how quickly their support will dwindle. I
Mm.
want them to
Uh,
squirm a little.
so
Speaking of
informed.
mages, there is there is a slight look at one of the pictures on your desk. You always find yourself drawn to it whenever you think of that. And you see a girl with a very different look than how she used to. It's you, her, and Natalia, the girl in between the two of you, flashing peace signs as she loops both of your necks in, like with her arms around both of your necks at the camera.
Wait, that's me,
It's a mi-
Natalia?
no, I was saying you're in the shot too. There's a girl in the middle.
Oh, okay. I was
This
confused. I'm
girl
like,
is an
whoa.
oddity among the mages, the one who truly answered many of your questions without reservation. Her name was Heather.
Good old Heather.
You haven't seen her in a while, but you know she's still alive. That girl just has a habit of popping up, disappearing, and going somewhere else.
She'd better bring a good, meal at least next time she pops by.
Can you believe
Or maybe a new
that
book.
little brat managed to find a new path to walk on? Honestly,
Well,
a
it's always the
pioneer in
eccentric
this era.
ones.
It really is the end of times.
It is. It's not hard to tell. I mean, look at
Of
all the
course.
corruption.
And that man she kept babbling on about, that man that she told that changed her life, she wouldn't shut up about him. What a strange girl.
Stranger still the girls.
In other little tales, I received a slew of
Hmm?
letters. I'm being invited to some Chinese restaurant, and it seems those Inquisition bastards think that they can. Well, let me not go that far. A little rude, perhaps.
Oh, so they're trying to sway your heart, so to say.
The leader of that posse thinks he can get something out of me. I'm not exactly sure what to make of him yet. He seems like an oddball. And you know how dangerous the nail that sticks out really is.
Especially the Inquisitions. By the way, since you did ask me, you want me to spin a tale for the council?
Well, it wouldn't be a lie per se. It's
Oh,
true that mages are running around.
that is true. I'm just curious. Making sure I heard right. Ugh. Sometimes I have to verify. Otherwise, may as well go muy loco.
Oh, as well. You quickly find that the time is 3 as the clock chimes. If you
Oh?
wish to go to tea and meet up on that first dainty letter, you best be going. High tea is soon.
Oh yes, I should ask Nat- well, my brain's tripping right now. Hold on a second.
Will Ophelia? Will you?
Ophelia. Are they allowing 2, or is it just for you?
Well, you're welcome to tag along.
I'd love to. I could use more meals.
Whoever this Newland is.
Although I'm not gonna let
Speaking of
them
which,
speak with me on a serious note, so I guess I'll go with the airhead facade as usual.
Who are you asking, Mystic the doll?
no, I'm asking Natalia. Speaking of which, where is our little tinker soldier?
Oh. Oh, I said, where would that be?
Let's just say that he's where you left him.
Well,
In the foyer. In 5 individual suitcases.
5 cases in the foyer, looking as spectacular as ever.
Torso. They include the torso and head. Each one of the individual cases has a limb in it.
In each case, I guess we could say, has a little bit of a gift. If we're being vague. But yes, it's in the foyer.
After all, lugging around, allowing an 8, 9 foot tall man walking around does trigger a little too much suspicion to you both.
Truthfully, I would just love to have him fully assembled and keep him happy and dappy. Although, knowing him, he's a bit of a grumpy boy.
Well, we are going somewhere dangerous.
So assemble him.
Yes,
Okay.
we're having a little outing.
Do you plan to bring your, happy-go passenger who likes to break my drinks?
She looks at you like deadpan. Like, is that even a question?
It's always a question. For all I know, what if they threaten your friend? Although, I will personally say, please take her with. I'd like her not to break another glass. Although I can tell from, well, how she is right now, the chances are a lot higher than I'd like to admit.
Speaking of, as you realize, the toilet paper is all gone. And upstairs, you hear a symphony of hark hear the bells to shattering glass. Hark hear the bells.
Her eyes would turn into pins while looking at the doll. One of these days, I will find a just enough punishment that I can get away with. I will find a way. Whether I trap you specifically in a teddy bear, we don't know.
There's a low challenge from the doll, as if you can almost tell from its wonderfully crafted eyes. It's daring you to do.
You know what? What if I just stuff you in a flashlight? Then your form of communication can be light clicks. Like little... I mean, that's all you've been doing is going, like, constantly symphonies. You may as well just take advantage of it.
Well,
maybe...
the time approaches.
Hold on. Maybe a trumpet. Because you do like to make a bit of sound, don't you?
It gives you no response.
As expected.
Assembling your friend. While the two of you might like to say that you're good at this, this is still reassembling him, unfortunately, is something that your sorcery is not good at. It's something that you need physical manpower for. So you are still at this moment too physically very unpowerful women. Like as the two of you begin like pushing him together, slowly the limbs click into place. You can hear the machinery begin to move.
Next time I'm calling the ghosts.
Dickens.
The first thing it says is it wakes up.
Calls us pieces of shit, huh? Maybe I should take a little bit from you again.
No,
no, I actually prefer you this way. Although, I definitely prefer you over the doll.
Yes, it comes to you now, my friend, as you begin to wake. The issue is you've been awake this whole fucking time, and these two harpies have left you in these stupid cases with your body disconnected. So you were left as a fucking torso.
So how does it feel to be reassembled, my friend.
Dead. Inside.
I
The way
just love
he's-
our conversations.
The way he stutters out words is not because he is defective, like he's shorting out. No, it reminds you of a dog biting down on its muzzle. He has to remind himself that attacking you is not a good idea.
You know, if you wish to be around more, I could always, let's say, stuff you in another toy. Maybe a teddy bear again?
8.
Hey! I gave you the best cuddles and snuggles of all life. And I thought you'd at least warm up just a teensy bit to me. Like, what did I even do to you?
And points at chest, flat.
Don't you dare give me those eyes, you damn emo goblin. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not that flat.
Rolls
And
eyes.
even if I am, at least I am a bit of a supple ass. You have to admit it.
So as these two are making fools of themselves, Ophelia, it might be time to get the car ready. Which one of the two of you can drive? Although I do believe it might be, believe it or not, the recently assembled one.
Yeah, I'm making him drive. He has to make up for the violation he has done to my chest today.
Just so you're aware, the car that you guys, well, the vehicle you guys take is a modified truck.
I hope so.
The front of it has a ridiculously low to the ground cabin in terms of like raw height. So even this 8-foot monster can get in there.
Alright, my loyal, totally not insulting me warrior. Please don't crash the car.
Won't.
Good. I trust you
Just puts on his fedora.
to not maliciously run this car off a cliff again.
Your fault.
It's my fault!
While these two idiots are making their scene, how is Ophelia getting ready? How are you preparing yourself, Mister?
Can't believe
Well, for
this
me, I'm just wearing my
tiny
light clothing. I have my famous ritual dagger with me, and a few of my castigation equipment. For the most part, I just look as pleasantly dressed as in that image in session images.
What's strange is you were invited to probably one of the most publicly visited places. Unlike Hutong, which requires a reservation, or the later hours of a church, where even though it's famous, people can't attend after around 6 p.m. This is a very popular spot for tourists, for girls of a young age, especially girls who love romance and novels. So at this certain time, it should be packed. Not you can't even reserve that as it's part of a department store. It's one of the most famous tea spots in the world. It would take more than just money to be able to have a private tea session there. The car ride there is slow. 45 minutes of rolling traffic as you see the sun slowly go down. You see homeless people lining the streets of certain stops, some of them begging for cash. You see, as you stop as an intersection, you see a small child clutching a doll, wearing such awful clothes.
By the way, when we were heading out, I did grab a few pieces like small paper for a little bit of a
Copy.
special backup ritual.
Got you. The girl looks you in the eye, Ophelia, and for once, you do not feel your madness, you feel guilt. For some reason, whenever you look at children, you feel a burning, awful hatred. But it's not them that you hate.
Sucks.
You feel a heaviness that is very difficult to swallow. Pressing down, it's hard to breathe.
Yeah, out of character, what the hell is Count's character's name?
You guys supposed to name him. He even has one.
I'm gonna call him Mr. X Jr.
Big heavy.
So, Ophelia, The girl looks at you one more time before you see her just stumble off, hungry and afraid, into the alley. As they try to take off.
Reminiscence can only last so long. Nostalgia is overtaken by purpose, sharp and focused.
Mm-hmm. It cuts through the moment that your mind clicks into it. The sadness, the sorrow that you felt is slashed through, as if you have just put scissors against fabric, and you must. You are not that woman anymore. No. You have purpose now. You have purpose that can prevent those things from happening again. You roll up to the tea house, and you see lines of girls who are so flummoxed that they can't get in. This is not just something. These are reservations that got canceled last moment. You see girls angrily stomping up and asking, "This is Fortnum and Mason's. This is a department store where you can get this, but this is high tea season. You can't just. It's March. We came out of. This is the end. This is the beginning of spring break. You're most popular, ma'am. I'm sorry. The 4th floor has been reserved." They spot as your truck pulls up, and you walk out, and you see the line of girls. They're in your way.
All
They're
right.
in the way of the doorway. What do you do?
All right. Natalia is going to look at Junior. You know what to do.
Do it.
All right.
No,
Natalia
so
will be
all-
behind Junior
Hey, don't forget
during
the
this journey.
spiraling hatred you feel for everyone and everything.
So
Yeah.
the girls.
You can fling them. You have permission. Just don't kill.
So the girls, as they see this large man, which by the way, you're not ugly. That's the thing that the most amount of work was put into. You actually have quite the. I'll put it this way, Mystic. I think Mystic understands this. You know how Xanis from KHR has like that, that cruel but very handsome face?
Oh.
I get it, yeah.
You are given that very cruel,
Hey.
handsome, mafioso kind of look. Your height is incredible. Your body was built not to be ugly or jarring, but to be fascinating. You have the physique of a god.
Hey, hold on.
As you wear a trench coat and you stomp through. The girls quiet themselves and they step to the side as if to make way for you. You see some of them twirl their hair as they look at you up and down.
Bro should be aura farming like Reckless Savage.
You know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Alcides. The
Yeah,
Alcides
Alcides. We got
Exactly,
the
yeah,
Alcides, and we got the Reckless Savage aura building up.
So as you see them like twiddling their hair, but even though perhaps the man you once were would have been a bit more demure or maybe would have tilted his hat to them, now you don't see them as anything less than buzzing gnats that don't care. They see these people who are suffering on the streets, children, yet all they can do is just worry about tea? What vapid, ugly women. What awful waste of space. That's the worst part, the contradictory hatred. You also hate the children for being poor, for being there and crowding the street walks. They deserve that. Everything and all awfulness. But part of your mind, the very back of it, doesn't want to feel this way. You know this isn't a state you want to be in. You know something was wrong and these 2 women made you this angry and this hateful.
Out of love.
Illogical. He illogically used this. He finds both the women and
Your
all these women
flashback as to the reason should be Natalia saying out of love.
No.
Shut the fuck up.
So,
Anyway.
as you step through, the man asks you, "Hey, excuse me, sir, the floors have been reserved." You have a solid 2.5 feet on this guy.
Smack him.
Move.
So, come on, man. He hears your voice come out. The issue is your voice box is so underused that it comes out garbled, and he looks at you. It's almost like listening to the voice of a man that's been, like, as if your voice is underwater. He looks at you. It's a horrible sound. Even the girls who thought you were handsome a moment ago find you now quite monstrous.
He's just gonna, like, tilt his hat to cover his eyes, just then, grip his head because, angry due to the girls, mainly, what is Salto's girl's name again?
You can literally
Natalia?
just turn to the side and reveal the women. You're fine. We're at the front.
Oh,
We
yeah,
got where we wanted.
Yeah, shut up. Anyways, freaking, because he knows the Natalia, mainly Natalia. Actually, both girls, mainly Natalia, though.
Yeah.
Messed up, when removing his body parts. And his voice is kind of banged up, especially right now. And he just, gestures to move to the side to, well, obviously show the two women that he still hates.
When both women are shown, you're gonna see Natalia extremely vexed because of Junior's voice box. I'm gonna work on that. She muttered to herself.
Ophelia, you grimace as you hear her musing about being gentle with it. When it was Natalia who, during the creation of the body, was struggling to pick between two voice boxes, and in the end demanded that both be jammed in there, as she liked the sounds of both.
Can I? I'm gonna say this. He punches his own voice, like his neck a little.
As she wanted a deep baritone, but also a husky, smooth talker. So she took both and tried to mash both into the esophagus.
Dumbass.
Hey, it was an experiment. It happens.
But yes, the man looks at you too. He looks at Natalia, who looks just a bit too smug, perhaps, and he turns to the only one that looks somewhat, at least, composed.
What do you mean smug? I was vexed. I'm a bit annoyed. I gotta fix that later.
He looks.
Maybe I'll take out one of the voice boxes. Maybe that will fix it.
He looks at the cold and calculating girl that leads the pack in it.
Actually, I think
I'll
find a private room and fix it. It shouldn't take.
He looks at you and he goes, "May I help you, ma'am?"
I seem to have a scheduled appointment at your establishment.
What time?
If you would be so kind. Right now, actually.
And who sent you that letter? He becomes more and more nervous as you talk.
Well, who else?
I just need you to say the name, miss.
What is his name again?
The person said from the sender of the letter said Newland.
Newland.
Okay. He chokes down his spit. Please come this way. As he leads you, you can tell this man does not.
I'm surprised he isn't tripping at me.
No, he is. You actually think you can smell the slight scent of urine.
Facepalm.
He's terrified of all three of you. He seems extremely sensitive, is the best way to put it. You notice his skin is bristling almost, like a cat's. As he leads you up the stairs, he seems to pant as he keeps going up, as if some kind of pressure is exuded on him. Please.
He's like a terrified puppy. What did you do, Ophelia?
Nothing.
Please.
Yet.
On to the...
Understandable.
He shows you the beautifully... You see all these flowers in this room, and you see two tables separated by a curtain, and you see someone on the other side, the shape of somebody in a chair, drinking tea. You're led over to the other side of the curtain, where you cannot see the other person, only their shadow. Please, take a seat. I will prepare your tea.
Do you have wine, by chance?
That is not... No. You hear the voice on her side. It's all right. It's all right. Go get them wine. If that is what she wishes for. I believe you guys have a vintage that was meant to come in. Put it on my tab.
Oh, thank you. Greatly appreciated.
That's a wonderful friend you have there.
Which one?
I've seen many like him. You hear that as she refers. You see a finger, very dainty. You see perfectly manicured nails as she points to your tall friend.
Oh, Junior. Yes, yes. White to work.
Okay.
And you can almost hear the grin on her voice. Are you close?
As close as we can be.
No.
Although, I think he doesn't like admitting that openly. He likes to put on his little tough boy facade. He believed that.
Nothing to admit.
He's an older man,
Nuh-uh.
and he acts as if this is like some big deal. It's
Flat.
okay to be friends with me. I don't know why you get so emotionally vexed.
He just rolls his eyes.
And I believe that Miss Nightingale, is that you with them?
Well, who else would it be?
Well, I wanted to say there were only 3 of you. It would have reminded me of my own older times. But instead, I see there are 4 of you. That little friend in your arms is impossible to ignore. She jokes. I'm sorry, that sounds silly. To some. If you wish, we may pull back the curtain and we may have proper introductions. I know your name. It's only fair you know fully mine, correct?
I would agree. What about you, little Ophelia?
She gives a deadpan expression.
All right. The curtain comes back, and you see this woman is not standing in a chair, is not in a chair sitting. She is sitting in a wheelchair. And you see beautiful silver hair, a girl with very doll-like body. My name is Eliza Newland. Pleased to meet you.
Liza Newland.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is
I'm
nice to meet you.
Yes, it's nice to meet you too. I came quite a while. You see, I am originally from, not from London. I am from Liverpool.
Ah, Liverpool.
Hmm.
I've come to
What an
speak
interesting
with you.
place to be.
It is actually, but it has grown painful to be there.
How's that?
Let's not dwell on that for the moment. My personal troubles are not why we're here.
Oh, I was not trying to imply I'm personal. I was just curious about this
No.
Liverpool. But I do understand.
He just elbows fucking Natalia. Because fuck you.
Another thing to change, it seems. It kind of hurt.
She giggles. Now, Miss Ophelia, I'm sure you know of my family, the Newlands.
Somewhat.
We're a new family. We only emerged after World War II. Do you know how we got our fortune?
Do tell.
We were lowly inventors and bankers at first, but then we met a man named Atticus Abraham.
Hmm.
And do you know what he donated to us as collateral for a group innovationary project? 50% of seized gold that the Nazis had taken from Italy.
True.
With that money, I have amassed quite the interesting collection, and I have a goal. But more importantly, I must ask, was my token appreciated?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat that?
She asked if her token was appreciated. I thought you would be appreciative of the material it was made of, more than the object itself. It's quite rare to find that kind of metal in the world of the living, no?
While I appreciate your attempts at, well, pleasantries, I am really not in the mood for smoke and mirrors. Speak your desire.
Thank you for being. And she smiles at you. She gives you an honest grin, as if you thankful that you just broke the ice. Yes, I apologize. This has been a very difficult proposition to ask anyone. Do you believe in utopia? You can't.
Excuse me?
Do you believe in utopia?
Don't tell me. Are you another one of those preachers?
No. I am not. She holds up her hands as if it is trying to stop you right there. I too have been asked by one by the name of Piotr. He's been asking many people around my standing, and I simply have nothing for it. My dear Miss Nightingale, do you know why utopia cannot be found in this mortal world?
It's fictitious.
For there are no
Man-made
utopians.
wonder.
For there are no utopians to build it. Utopia cannot supersede the utopian. The citizen must be there before the city is made. How else will the foundation be created? By minds untouched. What I offer you with your studies, as I read this, to your surprise, you do not see one of your recent papers. You see your original thesis to the Arcanum, Chapter Master Edition and all. On the table before you. She slides it.
I think
acquired
Natalia
this.
would react to that first, considering this is a breach of Arcanum doctrine.
It is. Both of you feel the immediate chill. This girl in a wheelchair, you both realize has committed a grave offense right before your eyes. How she got it is one thing. The implication is horrific. This is a document that the Inquisition could easily use to burn the entire chapter house to the ground. And here she is flaunting it before you. Natalia's blood leaves her face. Ophelia as well. Your throat dries up for just a brief moment.
Balls.
I did not mean to spook you, miss. She looks at Natalia.
Oh, I just got back.
Oh, fuck.
My bad. What is it?
She's showing off the original works of Ophelia, the ones that only a chapter the chapter head should see in the main Arcanum house. This is the biggest breach you've ever seen for an Arcanum's knowledge, and she just placed it on the table in front of you.
Oh, you're quite a
And-
bold one.
No, this is worse than that. The color leaves your face, my dear. Do you know why? Because these papers, if given to the Inquisition, could have you all burned.
You are correct. What exactly are you on for?
Well, no, she's not saying that. I'm telling you out of character.
Hmm?
The implication. for that.
Let me speak first.
yeah.
Let me speak first.
Yeah.
What is this supposed to mean? You know, you're lucky I still believe in restraint, but I think you'll find it's a faith that wavers. So unless you can provide a satisfying answer, I'll carve your soul out through your shadow.
Hmm.
She smiles at you, and you see a pained look. I did not mean to upset you by bringing you this. I meant to give you the chance to help me build a machine from which you may see gods.
You want a machine?
I want
Natalia would
your
break
assist-
character for once.
I want your assistance in the construction.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Faith Machine. But I have a different purpose for it. I wish to create the first utopian so that someone that I dearly, dearly think about no longer has to fight. I wish to build utopia so that all may at least have a chance of a good tomorrow. And I have a plan for it as well.
That
You see her fingers
sounds...
dance through the air, and as they do, for a brief moment, as you look through the shadow realm, with the Shadowlands,
Yeah.
you realize that this entire room is caught in her web.
Hmm.
Crazy.
Quite the web.
Yes. For you, Karna, you realize very quickly that it's more than that. To these two sorcerers who only have 1 foot dipped into the spirit world,
I could dip
they
further
only
with a
see.
ritual.
No, I'm saying from a glance.
Yeah.
They only see that this loose web that can constrict them. To you, oh, to you, Karna, the reason you haven't made any abrupt moves, you realize that you and everything else are thoroughly encircled within this dainty lace. Whether she knows it or not, she's captured you.
And it,
Traps and traps and traps and traps.
Whether and she simply
Hey yo,
tells you,
I might panic in Gulf of Hades.
and she just simply says, I don't mean, and I told you, nothing's happened yet. This is for Karna's perspective, not yours.
By the way, technically, because of the incident, she would kind of give off a little bit of that ghostly, demented aura.
No spirits answer your call.
Hmm.
This whole room is as if cut off from the rest of the world. And she goes, please do not misunderstand. You see her wringing her fingers in actual nervousness. I know this is a silly idea, but I thought the research would help you. You see, through this, and she will show you as she turns around and she shows you her own notes. And she describes something that shakes Ophelia to her core. We could recreate these earthbound you speak of, unsimulated and raw.
Earthbound.
Or perhaps we could even reverse the effects that man's belief has had on them. All I require is the ability to create what I need to create.
You're mad.
She truly is.
Her eyes, when you call her mad, for a brief moment,
But
Ophelia, you see her eyes sharpen with a determination that actually cows you down. It's a different look. It's not the look of the madmen you faced or the spirits that you vanquished. It's the look of a revolutionary. One that you have never experienced beyond seeing the truly remarkable. I'm telling you, this will work.
And who are you to make such a claim? Laplace, Maxwell, even Descartes failed in this endeavor.
Because, and she tells you to smile, because unlike them, I'm not doing it out of want or curiosity. I'm doing the entire thing out of the fact that I love this man with more than anything else in my body. I'm
love
willing.
was enough to move the world. It would have already moved far more than what
No.
we're currently at.
No. She shakes her head at you. You're wrong.
Hmm.
That love failed because they weren't willing to go as far as possible. What I'm offering
It
you
is
is the
quite a
chance.
bold claim.
She holds her eyes out, and for this moment, you see her for what she is. There is no nervousness now. She has steeled herself. Instead, as she opens her arms wide to offer you, I am going to eliminate aggression and pain. Put it simply, I am going to make kindness, virtue, and all of it base instinct for man.
Ooh.
Self-sacrifice will become the first thought in the mind of many.
So you wish to erase the negatives?
No, I don't. I just merely wish to open people's minds to the perspective. If even one person had helped us, she looks down, if even one person had helped us. It's empathy, to put it simply. I wish to simply open humans to empathy.
Hmm.
And with this machine, I could do more than that, but that's not what I care about. What I care about is just giving him the chance at utopia so he can finally lay his arms to rest.
What you're describing is not utopia. It is dystopia. It is more hell than hell itself. I don't think you realize the magnitude
Wow.
of problems you're facing here. This isn't just about making a utopia. You threaten the balance of this world.
And that's when she turns to you and she says, if this world would let him and others suffer as we had, then this world deserves to be thrown onto its head so that more people could have happiness. Don't tell me this world is something that needs to be put in one way or another. I've heard his ramblings every night. I know this world is out of whack. Do not lie to me. I may not have my feet outside of my periphery, but you cannot look at me and tell me this world is any better off unless someone shakes it. Tell me now that this world is not falling apart already.
It is. But it doesn't mean
And
that what
for
you're
all
after
we
will
know,
fix it.
you may make it worse. Do you really think this paltry concept is capable of facing the oblivion?
Yes, I do. Because I found something else beyond that. She lets herself be proud for a moment. Because I run the numbers myself. And that's when she shows you something that makes all of your hair stand on end. As she opens her hand up, you see something. You don't know what it is. It's shapeless. It's beyond that. It's perfect order. Or maybe it's something else. But in that one moment, ones and zeros become reality, and then nothingness becomes the web. And from the web comes stasis, order, and a happy place for three people that should have deserved a lot more than they got. I am offering you this with the chance that once my experiment is done, you may use the machine for whatever you wish. I just want to try.
You're gambling.
What is this? Fear manifestation?
Fear manifestation. Maybe. She looks down. Can't stop herself. I've tried everything. I've tried to reach him as a human and it doesn't work. He pushes me away. I've tried to find our third member and he's nowhere to be found. I've devoted myself to regaining that moment and nothing happens. I've tried to do everything to move on and I get put even further back. No. It's not that we failed this world, that this world failed us. It's that the common man didn't help us when he could have. So what I offer you, like I said, is a chance to prove your thesis and have a machine that could let you turn the Inquisition and the others on its head. And so she gets a little more serious. I know about that thing you call true faith. With this machine, you could manipulate that. Don't tell me that's
Perhaps I
not.
haven't been entirely forthright. I suppose it's a little bit hypocritical to call you mad. You see, I've been trying something a little bit similar, I suppose. Though rather than calling it a faith engine, I've been working on the cycle of vanity. Tell me, can you see the real secrets held behind this? She points towards X Junior.
How far can you see, I wonder?
He's just annoyed. He just looks annoyed at freaking.
So the concept is
Whatever
actually
his
pretty
name is.
interesting because we went into this with the core concept being it is a specter. Specters are intelligent, they are vindictive, they can be mindless husks, yes, but we nurtured one, a wraith, turned it into a specter. However, we are breaking it down as much as we are rebuilding it. It's
Yep.
creating a surplus of hatred as it is growing, using itself as fuel.
Indeed.
Ironically, this is the first manifestation of a closed cycle, a linear evolution, Darwin's final theory put to the test, and the secrets of which are contained in this little, well, maybe not so little, but perhaps the magnitude of what it is covered in something seemingly so barbaric.
She just simply tells you, I see a man had his whole life stripped from him and has been reduced to a beast, forced to crawl into a hamster wheel again and again and again for your amusement.
What do you mean? He's clearly happy.
What?
She just tells you flat out,
He just
is
flicks
this
off.
what you do? Is this what you do to the souls of the departed? Once again, I
Hmm.
truly don't even know what I'm looking at, but part of my brain just tells me, no, it's not part of my brain.
You
And she
have
speaks
no
you to-
proof that faith is able to combat the nothingness. I do have proof, and it isn't the manifestation of faith, it is the depravity. Faith, in and of itself, is merely the malignant thoughts. They can be evil, they can be good, they can be bankrupt, but they are powerful, and the most powerful emotion is suffering. In fact, the very reason you seem to be doing all this is because of that potent suffering you feel right now. It is
That's
the
true.
birth of faith.
It's the
However, that's
hope.
not what I intend to cultivate. You see, through my research, I have discovered the only ones that are able to overcome the corruption of the oblivion are those completely doused in the purest and most vile of vanities. Tell me, are you aware of them, the lords that reign in the underworld?
She asks you. I have, and then and then she just asks, as if the word slips off her tongue. My friend told me about them. And she kind of laughs. Don't worry, he was only how old? 10? He told me a made-up word, and I think it fits here. Malajin Incarna. That's who you speak of, right?
One. It is one. The
She
only
stares.
reason they are able to raise their heads and maintain clarity is because they stockpile the suffering of others and turn it into fuel for themselves.
Correct.
It is a cruel and vindictive system, but it is proven to work.
Oh yes. He also described what was it? She thinks about it. As you see her, she writes. You see her making like funny little stick figures, and she seems to be so happy as she's remembering this. Yes, yes. And then he said, and he points one at you, but you, there are some that you're not aware of.
Oh,
I remember now. You think you know a lot. She draws on you. and she shows you something that Ophelia does not know. I know this for a fact. She shows you little stick figures representing the vanity, the lust, the pride, the sinfulness, the barbarism. And then she stops. And she starts drawing something above that. And there are them. Smog, poison, toxin, sludge. And then she goes, and the one that he said would one day come and save him. His name is Cairn. When she says that name, Ophelia, Natalia, you guys see the fire beneath, as if suddenly you guys can feel your skin molting. That name should never be spoken aloud.
You should refrain from speaking further. Something new.
And above them, she draws she draws just a bunch of nasty looking serpents that then go in to 3. And then finally, Ophelia, you see she's about to draw the last one. What do you do?
Sorry, I'm lost. What is she doing?
She's showing off that her extent of the how she knows what the Malagen incarna. She's showing off
Yeah, no, that can get us in trouble.
She just said the name of Cairn, the Lord of Fire.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's bad. That's
Really bad.
And you see her. She just drew the Triactic worm. She's about to draw the last one, the source of it all. Her finger presses against the table, and you see her begin to draw an indescribable shape.
I'm about to hurl a drink at her.
And she looks up at you. Do you still think I don't know anything?
I think that you might know something, but are a little bit too careless in your own actions.
You're reckless.
Reckless. Foolish.
Would it make you feel better if he told me a fun game on how to get there? She challenges you with a smirk. I believed it to be fairy tales back in the day, but the more I look back on those memories, the more I realize that those simple little lessons that me and Bethel thought of as games were... She says a name that pings a little bit with you too.
Bethel. Oh.
She looks up at you for a second and she goes, "You don't know that man, and I would suggest you don't get involved."
Involvement with us would already spell trouble. You should be lucky that he isn't involved. Or is it a she?
Bethel is a he.
Ah.
As I was
Sometimes
saying,
I mix them up.
she just tells you, I am vaguely aware of this world that you are privy to. So I ask you one last time. Would it not be better if I am so reckless to work with me and keep an eye on my studies and my achievements, and then take the reward for yourself when all is said and done?
You misunderstand the kind of woman I am. You know, looking at you, I can't help but reminisce. You're my favorite little sin. Fragile, cursed, always to watch but never to be. Nonetheless, I think your insights will be useful for my own research. I don't mind giving a helping hand. Whatever you do with our findings is up to you. If you think your little utopia is going to work, sure. Give it a try. However, leaks of this kind are non-standard. You, by the very act of presenting this, make an enemy of the protectors of this planet.
Many enemies.
The spirits from beyond, the undead, and the mages who fight in their silly war for apotheosis. They will all castigate upon us.
Because I simply spoke the name of one man?
No, because you, an observer, can never truly feel the impact of the story, you know not the terror of the Soul Eater. That's why you can laugh. That's why you can only ever watch. I find your presence dangerous, but not because of your recklessness, but because of your blatant disregard. You claim to have empathy, but I think you lack understanding.
You're right. No, it's not that.
Hey.
I just don't give. She's gonna say it bluntly. I don't give a damn about you all, to be completely honest.
Oh, yeah, where?
That's the truth. And she just tells you, you can fight your little games and play your little wars. She looks aside. I just wish you'd leave him alone and you'd give the other one back. That's all I want.
This woman is delusional.
Indeed.
But
It is fascinating.
let it not be said that I'm not thankful for what you've done for me. By considering this audience and helping me at least come to better understanding and a bit more of what I need, I prepared something for you.
Oh?
Yep. The gramophone is created from something I was told. It was an old relic in Bethel grandfather's attic. It's something called Stygian steel. I'm sure that rings a bell for you.
Oh, yes.
And the second thing I have to offer is this. And that's when she pulls out something. And Ophelia, you almost puke when you feel it. Your doll shudders, and you see your doll for once falls over. There is no spirit in it anymore. It's been sufficiently scared away. You see a lock. You see a small box with a perfectly cut off, long clump of red hair in it, perfectly combed.
Whoa.
It's bright red, and you can practically feel blistering heat coming off of it.
This is some
A lot of
Mochan garbage, isn't it?
What'd you
Fucking plot armor.
No, I'm putting it a different way. You can feel as if you had a Geiger counter, it would probably be going off. She tells you, I've been told this is actually radioactive. And she just closes the box. But
So
it's
you
hair
just
from someone
expose
who...
it to a bunch of mortals.
Yep. Because I've heard that it's not radioactive in the scientific sense. This was one of Atticus's treasures. He gave it to me, said that his son wouldn't want it, well, his grandson wouldn't want anything to do with it. Oop.
Yeah, give
Oh,
it a
dang
minute.
that. But
Oh, he disconnected.
Yeah, he disconnected. He'll be back.
Okay. Does Wi-Fi crap?
Alright, we're back in.
I don't know where this hair came from. All I know is it's precious to him. He locked it away in this box. Here.
Whose hair is it exactly?
And that's when she looks. I don't know.
Oh, really?
No, I don't know. Period. And
You
she
know
looks at
nothing
it.
of it, and yet you try to expect us to have some value
That
towards
was
it.
just. Well, science didn't work on it, and every spiritual
Why
person
would
I brought it to,
science work?
I just assumed.
Very well.
I brought it to some exorcist. By the mistake, you are muted.
Yeah, he's
I brought it to. I brought it to some exorcists.
I know.
I brought it to a church, and that church burned. Everyone inside became covered in boils, as if under the effects of extreme mutation, and then they burned. What's wrong?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Eh.
I just thought you might find it more useful.
Sure.
Whenever I say that name, like that man that I told you about just a few moments ago, it grows brighter.
Alright.
It reacts the name of that Malaysian Incarna. So, I guess there's more credence to their connection. She places she pushes the box to you. If you don't want it, that's fine.
I'm sure Ophelia will have some use for it. I'm only here as a spectating party, giving critique and criticism as I go.
card.
I'm only here just to be here. And also to take advantage of the food.
Food.
There's something
That
that
is
only
all.
speaks one word. You're more focused on food than people.
Oh yes, I'm terribly sorry. You can eat. There are all kinds of cookies and crackers and everything else laid around there, little sandwiches. It's a tea setup. You can eat as much as you want, Karna.
Well,
Cookies.
I'm just going to enjoy
Nom, nom,
my
nom.
wine without having to worry about it bursting on me for once.
If you don't want to take the box, then don't take it. I'm just happy that you considered my prospect. If we work together, then there's something I need to tell you. There is an issue that only you can solve.
What exactly is the issue that you're speaking of?
There's a object that I need for the... Well, there's a location I need to set up the machine in. It needs to be cleared out.
And that is?
In some of the old catacombs beneath England. Sorry, beneath London.
London.
I'll show you where. Yeah, when we were here in London, she tells you it's particularly the catacombs that stretch between a few of the churches. It'll be quite the daring little
Why do you
excursion.
need it cleared out when you could probably just negotiate with what's down there?
I can't negotiate with what's down there. It's
What, do they not
incorporeal.
like you?
Right.
Ghosts aren't my
Right.
specialty.
Right.
Oh, but they love me up down there.
Right.
Every single one of them comes frolicking, excited. Like, look at, X
Right,
Junior
right.
here. He's always happy.
I'm not happy.
Shut up. He's such a great
You
liar.
shut up.
Look, but at least he's
Do I
going to
look like a
retort.
liar?
Yes.
I didn't see you relevant enough to retort back, but now I'm angry.
Now,
Spoken like a boss.
Miss Ophelia, if I've offended you by showing you whatever this is, she taps the lead box. I can just simply throw it back in storage. I don't mind. But if you are willing to work with me, I will need the removal of these spirits.
What kind of spirits are they?
I don't know. I can't exactly see them.
Well, it depends on Ophelia's decision. Like I said, she is the invitee, not me. But if she accepts, I'll help with that.
Okay.
More material for the oven.
Just need more cookies.
Although I was
No.
told that it was particularly violent. Oh yes, no. The spirit that I encountered, believe it or not, it flew about, at least from what I could understand. It took possession of bunches of books and papers and prayer sheets and attempted to, well, kill a few of my workers with a death of 1,000 paper cuts.
Oh, I'm gonna love having that one on my side too.
Fight it. Let me fight it.
Domestication, as I like to call it. Bonding
Well,
the new friend. At least then I have something to put in the teddy bear.
well, Miss Ophelia, are you fine with this
No
job?
teddy bear.
Ophelia, is it fine? I would love a new friend for the teddy bear.
No.
Shut up, X. You're just jealous.
I'll agree to it. However, I'll send you a list of conditions.
Of course.
Also a request, if you will.
Of
If you
course.
speak of this matter again so openly, I will make sure it will be the last thing you do.
By all means. Today I took many risks
Although-
because I wanted to completely secure your cooperation. I
Oh,
apologize
yes.
for that game of chicken.
Just be sure not to provoke too much down there.
And as for the box, she pushes it once more towards Ophelia.
Ophelia, do you want the box?
Leave it here. I'll handle it.
Leave it here? Yes, ma'am. Well then, with that, tea will be concluded.
Very
She drinks
well.
up her pork, and she smiles at you. But
Anyways.
please, enjoy yourself, stay. Whatever you'd like to buy, whatever you'd like to have in this store, have as much as you like. She smiles at you, and she
More
goes,
cookies.
of course. In fact, I'll make sure they give you the good stuff, straight from France.
Feed him steak as well. It keeps him happy.
Do you want steak or cookies?
Both.
Both it is. She gives you a warm grin. She seems like she very much is gravitating towards him because of his almost childish demeanor. Her face gets it's very bright. Well, it's as bright as a gloomy girl like her can look. When I say that her smile is wide, I mean it's like barely even up, but still.
You know, little X Junior, I think you got a little admirer, little fan of your eccentric state.
I'll bid you all adieu.
Not worried.
She leaves the lead box there, as well as the other thing she's left. But she takes her plans for the faith machine with her.
Makes the plans.
Only two
offers
things that
a
make me
bunch of
happy.
deals,
Food.
and then proposes
Fighting.
some of the most ludicrous ideas.
She has now left the room with a soft click, and you can already hear her being escorted down the stairs.
What a vexing girl,
Crazy.
or whatever.
How did this upstart access the Arcanum's top secret information?
That's what I'm trying to find out. But
But
I
I
think we might
suggest
have
you
a
take
mole.
this seriously, Natalia.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
gonna
no
have to.
mere breach.
This is a violation on multiple fronts. In truth,
If that
they
wasn't
said
bad enough.
Liverpool, correct? I heard right.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to speak to the little branch down there, make them investigate a little bit more. But I am curious about that little group down there now, especially that Bethel. If she's doing all this for some specific person down there due to the Abrahams, I'm curious what they might be up to. And if it gets out of hand, maybe we can just send Mr. X down there. I'm sure X Jr. would love to make some friends down there.
will there be a fight? Will there be a fight?
Well, if you're being sent down there, there should be a slaughter. But if you fail at that,
Send me
well,
to the slaughter.
No.
I
I don't
slaughter,
think it's
though.
a wise idea to send something this unique out in the field alone.
That is true. If he goes, one of us would have to... Oh, both of us, actually. Who knows what would happen.
I have a friend who might be willing to do a favor. We'll have them investigate the Abraham family.
Yes. I'll speak with the
God, I literally
Arcanum about
mentioned that name.
information. I need to know how it slipped up. And secondly, if it is connected to that branch down in Liverpool, I need to have them reprimanded. I might even have to go there myself and give them a stern talk to. Even though I'd wish
That
not
foolish old man
Uh,
brought up again. Why can't he remain a fossil?
to. I wonder.
He's caused us no end of trouble in the past, Natalia. I don't think
Yes.
this is a mere coincidence.
That is true.
How old is Ophelia again?
Old as hell. Old as hell.
Granny.
Like
Yo.
when did she join the Arcanum? What age?
Early 1900s.
That's how old she is? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, her aging slowed down, didn't it?
Yeah.
Atticus still treated you like a kid.
We'll have to do a little bit more digging than I'd like to do. Maybe I'll send some of the guys. I'll do a little bit of reconnaissance from the Arcanum. Or maybe I'll spend maybe a few of the Arcanum to go investigate what's going down over there. Maybe it's become corrupt. Maybe they're being bribed. If that's the case, we need to crack down on it. And if they're just completely incompetent, then I guess it has to be handled too. I despise incompetent things like this.
So, as you all get up to leave, as you can already tell that if you wish to go make your next appointment with Piotr.
By the way,
Mhm.
before we start leaving, Natalia will finish the rest of her wine. A little bit more relaxed now. For once, the glass did not break on me.
As you say that, the glass breaks.
Piece of shit. I swear I am going to stuff you in a fucking toothbrush. And then I will use you.
But yes, as the clock becomes around 6:30, you must be on your way if you wish to get to the chapel in time.
Where to next, Ophelia? He did have quite the amount of papers, after all. And gifts, I'd say.
You take lead for a while. I'm gonna be silent for like 10 minutes.
All right, but one last thing before you go. The box lays there. Who takes it?
I'll hold on to it for now. Actually, no. I want my little Gorm to hold on to it. If it is radioactive, it might be better for my little bot to handle it. Who knows what it could do to me?
As you pick it
What are you
up,
calling a bot?
as you pick up the box, Karna, you feel warm. It's the first time in a long time you're not cold, not inside or out. You feel a relief to your anger, if only for a moment. As long as you're holding this, you don't feel angry.
Oh,
You mellow.
What is it, little Gorm? You seemed a little bit
not
surprised.
little. I'm
Egotistical. I swear, all men.
whatever you say, little one.
Little? First you call
That's-
me flat. Now you call me little.
But then you realize,
Well,
Natalia, he's calm.
well, you
Place
are
the
small
box
compared to
on the
me.
table for a second.
Fine. Like just,
Once it leaves your
what's
grasp, you are a scowling mess again.
Who would have
Oh.
expected something so small could change your emotions?
Shut up.
No wonder she called you childish. Alright, I
Rat.
guess for the time being I'll hold on to it, no matter what it does.
When you pick it up,
Nope.
you feel... Oop. Nope.
He just takes it. He takes it.
No. You know what?
He
I
takes
will depower you, I swear.
If he refuses, if you refuse to let go of it, Karna, it's your choice.
Do you wish to go back into suitcases?
It's not like I won't have a choice anyway, because you
Well, I
eventually
mean,
will. However,
Eventually, but at least you're free for the time being, aren't you? Should you not
yes,
enjoy
however,
each moment that you can embrace?
this is the one time I feel warm and calm. Let me enjoy this
I will
as
let
much
you
as I
enjoy
can
it once
before
I
I'm
test
shoved
something.
back into those suitcases.
Fine, how about this? Leave it on the table, and let me test it. Let me hold on to it for a little bit. Once you're in the car, I'll give you it back. How about that?
That is
I
logically
need you in a more...
accepted.
Oh, good.
This is needed for research anyway, for your
Good.
taste. Ian
Good boy.
Lord.
Don't worry,
No.
I'll let you hold on to it once you're back in the car. I know it makes you happy, I guess.
Not happy.
You better not
Reasonable.
go look at the theaters again to get more happy, though. I swear, last time you did that, you looked at something weird. Ugh.
The only thing that makes me happy is fighting and food.
I know. You watched a fighting movie. And then you proceeded to try to pick a
Exactly.
fight with the manager when he told you to leave.
Mm.
You ate all their popcorn. All of it.
My problem.
Yes, it was definitely your problem. But guess who had to pay for it? Guess who had to pay for the
Well,
damaged
maybe
walls?
if you were Guess we have stronger walls.
What do you mean stronger
Um,
walls?
As you leave the box down for a moment and your anger returns,
Alright, Natalia's gonna grab it the moment it's laid down. Hold on to it just for the time being.
it's heavy.
Heavy box.
It's lead. It's made entirely of lead.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's obvious.
It's lead and metal, but it's ornate, almost like a jewelry box.
Put something so nicely made inside a box like this.
And wow. And your spiritual senses are ringing as you hold it.
Can I investigate on this?
In what way?
Let me check my shit. Well, first, I want to see what it is spiritually that I'm looking at. And then I want to try to use my own occult knowledge on it. To know if maybe I can identify what this is other than just it being a strand of hair.
Okay, then. Roll me.
Alright, what do I have to roll?
I believe that would be occult and academics.
I don't have academics on the first one. Should I go by the second variation?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, then I probably have 3. Let me check. Let me pull out the second variation.
Or sorry, I'd say occult and and knowledge.
That also goes into the other one.
You're
Hold on, let me check.
sorry, I mean occult and intelligence, my bad.
Occult and intelligence, alright. I can do that. I mean, academics and my intelligence are all the same shit. Well, my intelligence is always higher. Let's see, so it's 4 plus 3. Okay. So 7. If I botch this, I'm gonna hurl it at my bot.
The difficulty for this is 8.
Hold on. I swear I have something to negate that. Do I have... Could I argue on using the backgrounds of, like, information from the library that I used to have?
This is nothing that you've ever seen before.
So it's 8 difficulty. Okay. Oh, I got 1, but I got a 10 and an 8.
This is an object that holds... One second, let me just go up in front of this before the crazy noise happens.
Okay.
I left hand out right there.
All right, let me pause for a little bit. Sorry to back up.
This is a incredibly potent object. It is practically alive with how much spiritual energy is coming off of it.
Wow.
It is radiating off as physical heat, as a physical phenomenon by simply existing near you.
Is it enough to affect my magic sensitivity? Like,
yes.
Severely? Okay. So it's
I told you,
something
it makes
special.
you. When this was open, you were actually like perspiring. You thought you might die.
Oh, okay.
Not because it's trying to kill you. That's just how much raw power was coming from this thing.
Right.
It was heat. It was waves of emotion, of longing, of lust, of love. It was an assailment of warm feelings, of human feelings that were passion.
Human emotions, but of such a strong caliber. Hmm. I wonder what this is connected to. What exactly... Whose hair was this?
And it seems like it was enough to even stir the heart of a long-frozen specter.
Sure. Something that can stir the heart of a specter. And yet also is so potent. Can I try to recall what it could be as a hint, or is it something that I really wouldn't know?
You really, really wouldn't know.
All right, then could I try to
I'm saying
theorize
from a point of view.
possibilities?
I mean, you can theorize. I mean, if you can, okay, for that case, your knowledge is that much. Okay, I can give you this for free because you have $7. It's fine. Like let's get past this. Something that is potent in the sense of it's being dragged between this world and the next. It is an object that exists between both, or rather, it shouldn't be here. Something is trying to reclaim it.
much
If
as I've
something's playing
learned,
tug of war.
I do understand the feeling of tug of war, though. After all, I have delved into both sides, but I think I'd run into something similar. This is definitely interesting. For a time, I'll just hold on to it until I get to the car, keep my word to my little Gorm, so he'll stay happy. Even though he claims he's never happy, I think deep down he cares and loves us all. Don't you, little Junior?
No,
What do you mean,
I
don't?
don't. Why do I keep saying this and yet you're still surprised?
Can't
What do
believe
you
you.
mean? Why?
By the
We've
way,
been
Count,
over
your
this.
character should know more than likely that her personality is fake. Every
Lame
action,
ass.
even though, like, it seems authentic, you would know better than anyone that most likely this is all just a fake facade she's always putting on. A little thing she
Lame
likes to
ass.
do.
Wow.
Anyways,
As much as you would love to stay here, time to leave.
yeah, it's getting
You
about
don't hurry.
time.
Just,
My little
The next
Gorm, have you
appointment.
finished your steak?
I ate it already while you were
One
studying.
bite. In one bite? I taught you to go slower.
Two.
I taught you better than that. I can't
I
believe this. How are
man
you going
taught
to
me anything.
pass as a regular person when all you do is chomp on everything? Before I know it, you'll probably eat the plastic plates at home.
It's a steak.
A steak, yes. Which should be eaten in morsels, in multiple bites, at least 8 bites.
When a real man eats in 2 bites.
That's the same argument
All right.
kids make about the groceries.
Rolls his eyes. He just rolls his eyes.
As you get into the car,
Anyway, since we
One of the
are at the car, I'll keep my word to you here. If you drop it, you go back in the suitcase. You lose it, back in the suitcase. But I will definitely take away your voice box for next time. Understood?
It's not like I will drop it unless an outside source causes that.
Oh, and when we
And
get a
even then, I doubt
chance,
it.
I'm going to get rid of one of those voice boxes. Maybe that will
Please.
help your English, you primitive ape.
He just takes the box.
Which one do you want
and
to
now he's
keep,
like
though?
more reasonable. The one that doesn't make me sound, well, crap.
We shall see. By the way, is Mystic good now?
I don't know. But as you guys take the wheel and you guys roll around to the cathedral, Mystic, are you ready?
I'm built like a space marine.
Nah, let's hold to lead for a bit longer.
Okay,
I'm trying
copy.
to milk the shit
good.
out, bro, for you, but alright, bro.
No, it's all right. No. So as you're on the road, you begin to get flashes as you're driving, Junior.
Oh yeah, by the way, before
Flashes
you
of
do
your
that, hold on, I got something I need to do in character. Oh yes, Junior, make sure to turn on the music. It's a bit quiet in here.
What kind? Well,
obviously Party in the USA. What the hell do you think we're going to talk about? I'm still learning those American trends.
turning on the freaking radio.
Alright, that's all I wanted to do.
You hear gentle singing from the radio. It's indescribable. There are no words. As if someone's murmuring to you, whispering in each of your ears. It's soundless. You can hear something. It almost sounds like you can hear World War II sirens in the background. You can hear bombing. But an awful channel.
Yeah, I'm going to change that. Just swear. Just switch his channel.
As
Or
you
radio
switch,
station.
as you switch the channel, you get to a different kind of sound. The sound of rattling. Unslipping the bonds of something else. And entering back into the cycle. As a soul, this is what you've always this is what you want now. X. Now that you have your clarity back, you remember that you need to find a means to pass on. To free yourself from this service.
He takes a deep breath, knowing he does want out of this. No matter what these girls want, he may wants to actually rest. Rest in peace in the afterlife. And not being stuck in this servitude for, well, mainly a brat. And a rather less bratty and less annoying, but still not a good lady.
Mm. All right. Eventually it pulls away as you come across the large, massive cathedral, one of the most popular in the world for design. Seen as the jewel, one of the many treasures of England. The Westminster Cathedral, a sprawling piece of art, beautiful and refined.
I didn't
Hmm.
Oh.
Mm.
We have arrived.
Yes.
Ah, that's good.
Arrived.
Alright. Well, good job getting us there. I must say, it was a little bit interesting on your expressions. Although, I am definitely more peeved at you for taking off my party music. Putting on some stupid opera music. But, things happen. Anyways, just
I
leave the box in the car,
prefer it.
and me, you, and Ophelia shall go inside.
Well, all right. I can see the logic of leaving in here, especially with we're at the cathedral.
Mm.
I would recommend hiding it. Maybe covering it up a little bit more. I don't want some random burglar. Or maybe give it to Ophelia. Maybe she'd like to hold on to it for a bit. Although, it would be funny to see how the doll reacts with it.
I will rather hide it in here.
Already so
And then he's like,
covetous over a box.
he like begins to finding a way to hide it. A real good way.
Mm.
Indeed. Alright. So I guess he's hiding the box, correct?
The minute
I'm
leaves
hiding it.
the minute it leaves your hands, you find yourself growing cold.
By the way, during this whole action, Natalia E is keeping an eye on his expressions.
Mm. Of course.
It's a bit of an experiment for her. She wanted to see how he would react the whole time through the trip.
You see his eyes slowly become cold. More distant, more cruel, the further he gets from the box, until once it finally plops out of his hands, his scowl comes back as if a flame greedily eating up firewood. It springs to life.
Interesting.
In fact, it seems the more that he touches it and is then without it, the angrier he gets. Like an addict being forced away from something.
Huh. Alright. Natalia would silently think, so this box has an effect on spirits. It definitely had a lot of spiritual energy to it, so I guess it does make sense. But the fact that it's able to affect a specter so deeply, making him feel complacent. But, judging his emotions, it gives him clarity. It gave him time to think. That's a bit of a problem. Which means the longer it's there, the more annoying it will be. But,
Oh, Mystic, you turn.
Why are you
yeah,
turning
your
off
camera's
the
on,
call?
Mystic.
Mystic,
why
you
you
turn your
turn
camera.
But I have to admit, it is interesting to
got his
see.
camera on?
Mystic, are you asleep?
No, he was doing something, he said.
Yeah.
Mystic, you turned on your camera.
Let me pause real quick.
Waiting for you guys.
Anyway, so it's
Yes.
back on now. I just turned the recording back on.
Mhm.
By the way, she's not done. Yeah, so in her mind, as she's continuing to think, so that would mean that the longer he holds it, the more humane and human he seems to act. But it also seems to give him back a little bit too much clarity, which means the chances of him doing something reckless increase. But every time he puts it down, it increases the rage and animosity. That is beneficial, but at the same time, risky. I like that. But I'll keep that to myself until I talk to Ophelia a bit more about it. I think she might be intrigued by that too. Although, that hair... that's a complicated one. Maybe there's something else to it. I'll have to ask more on the Gorm later. I'm sure he'll have some information he could provide. Unless he's developed the ability to lie to me, but I can easily force the truth out. It's not that hard. She thought. Anyways... Ophelia, are you ready?
I'm just gonna my thing. Fuck you. Anyways. Uh he's got X like much more angry, much more boiled, raged. As he separates himself from the box and naturally are you getting out of the car?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get
Or the
out.
truck?
Wait for
The doors
Ophelia.
to
We're gonna
the
assume
chapel.
Ophelia nodded.
Yeah, the door to the chapel. By the way, you see a man standing there. Of a man that is only about a bit shorter than Karna, than X.
X
A
Junior,
man who
we
looks.
found your equal.
Equal bullshit.
Already angry.
Pleased to
No
meet
way.
you. My name is Father Piotr.
Hi, it's
I
nice to
believe
meet you,
that I
Father
believe
Peter.
that you have come to meet me. Yes. We have much to discuss.
Yes.
Please, don't stay out here in the cold. Come inside. I have
All right.
tea. I have a roaring fire. And we can all get ready.
Alright, after giving Father Kyoto a bit of a proper greeting, she would follow inside with Ophelia silently in tow. Ophelia
X
is
is just
clearly
gonna look
brooding as the brooder that she is. I'm assuming she took her doll with her. If not, then oh well. Be a bit weird
X is
without her
just
doll.
wow. Oh wow. Now he's just gonna look at the man and size him up a little before moving forward.
Mm-hmm. He simply laughs. Please come in. I have many cookies and baked goods for you in case you're hungry for those.
And X immediately refrains from sizing him up, and he would do a respectful nod in his anger.
Mm-hmm. As he leads you to a nice table before a large stained glass window.
Hold on. Natalia would see this man's instant change of demeanor. Bro, hungry fiend. We're gonna lose more cookies because of him.
You are led to this stained glass window.
Mm-hmm.
And this table.
Oh, what a nice place to be.
Respect.
So, I've actually been very curious about you yourself, Miss Natalia.
Ah. what is he you'd like to know? What's his name again?
Piotr. Piotr.
Father Kyota, I believe.
Pio.
Yo.
Piotr.
Kyota.
Yeah, he smiles. Yes, my name is rather strange, I am aware. It means mouse. It means Peter, or sometimes even mouse.
Mouse or Peter? Huge contrast, I must say. You do not
Well, no,
look like a
it's
mouse.
no Piotr. Piotr means Peter, and Peter means mouse.
Yeah, she got that.
Mhm.
It's a bit
My
weird
dear.
to be called a mouse when you're, well,
No, it's I keep
a
that
taller
with much
size.
pride.
Oh, I'm not insulting you. Don't take it as an insult. It's an interesting name.
I appreciate it. Now,
So-
the business I wish to discuss with you is of the highest importance.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I was only tagging along. What business might you have with me?
You have, I've heard of your ties to the Arcanum.
Oh,
What I wish to ask for you is very simple. I would like a certain file on a man, on a previous member.
a previous Arcana member. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Which member?
Yes. This member has a certain name. His name is Atticus Abraham.
Atticus Abraham.
I have heard many terrible rumors about him circulating within. He looks actually pissed off about that. He has something that's very mad. There have been awful rumors circulating about a brother in arms of mine, the name of Bethel. And I require this man's, his grandfather's documentation to set it straight. You see, I am very, very close with a friend of mine. You see, he's been all the buzz as he has recently made a post, a call to arms, and many will not reach him because they don't believe in him. They respect him as a leader, as a strong veteran.
This Bethel, you mean?
Yes.
Must say, I don't know much about him.
But he is quite popular.
Mr. Popular, eh?
At least that's what I've heard going through the grapevine. I heard the Arcanum's up in arms because of his activity again.
Oh, yes.
But I know that won't affect you all here in Whitechapel. I am well aware. But I simply require it. And I ask a secondary request of you. I ask that the Arcanum allow and do not judge Bethel for what actions he takes next. For if my brother in arms has truly taken the initiative to call for once again a holy rampage through Liverpool to cleanse what is there, then we must support him.
Aren't you a bit worried about the secrecy? If y'all just randomly start going on a rampage, don't you suspect
That's
that
what the
something...
Arcanum is for.
Oh, so you expect us to be the dogs that clean up after y'all's mess?
I expect you to be the figures that would know. I'll put it this way. I expect you to be the figures that will profit from all of the knowledge that will be unearthed once my group goes in and it, well, leaves it conveniently for you.
Oh, conveniently. A little bit of a light flashes in her eyes.
Yes.
So that's the exchange you're offering. In exchange for information and for us to turn a blind eye, correct?
Yes.
Well, if I could magically do it all, I would give you a proper answer here and now. But I would have to bring this up to a few more members. So I hope you are fine with waiting for the time being.
Of course.
I have to admit, I'm a bit intrigued by this little call to arms.
There has been a situation over in Liverpool, but do not worry too much about it. It will not concern you.
Liverpool. I mean,
I want
isn't
to
it
go there.
supposedly going to concern us if we're allowing you to go on a rampage and then allowing
I would
us
not
to
recommend. I would
profit?
not recommend going in there until I tell you the situation has been resolved. Is what I mean.
All right, then
Send
what
me in there.
situation should we expect? You don't have to give me details. I'm just curious.
Danger, the usual when it comes to our budding group.
Are we talking the societies down there? Or are we talking
The
whatever
hunter,
may flow down
what
there?
you call us.
Uh-huh.
The Inquisition. I will be sending my dearest Bethel a contingent of some of my men. I hope it'll be enough. That's why I told you. I want him to truly be allowed to revel in his glory. That is why I want him to be regaled, not recoiled from. As well, when she's ready, I have a proposition for Miss Ophelia. But she appears to be a bit shy right now.
Oh, she's just in her own thoughts,
Shocker.
as you would expect. Lots on her plate.
He stares at you, X, and he simply goes, "What a fascinating man you are. You're roughly the same size as my new hired help."
Yeah.
By the way, what would Natalia know about his group, like in detail?
Strange. Simply put, religious fervor, those new imbued, whatever
Uh-huh.
they are, and at least what others have called them, like Ophelia has, and the fact that they are somehow working with the Second Inquisition. He seems to have actually managed to bargain some kind of completely religious fervor in them.
All right. Would she describe them as sane or erratic or mad?
He speaks himself as the most composed individual you've seen probably all day. No sudden brash movements, nothing like like stuff like that.
Want to ask the priest man a question.
And so, and beyond that, his group, however, have been quite the martyrdomed bunch.
Ah.
Cruel in terms of what they go. They are the ones that have gone to much extremes. They're the ones who have tried to pressure the Arcanum into granting them what they wanted. And I apologize. I've had to draw back the curtain upon my men many times. I hope you can forgive them.
On your
I've
men.
asked many of them to scatter to the far edges of London for the time being.
All right. Well, if it is approved of, I can't guarantee right now whether it will or will not. I do ask that if it is approved, that y'all refrain from causing too much trouble down there.
Of course.
That's my own personal request. If it's approved of. I cannot guarantee with their Arcanum. They're a little bit predictable and unpredictable at times. A bit unprecedented, I'd say.
Mm.
But I still think it's amusing. Still, once we get the, decisions ordered out, I'll send you a letter.
I respect that. Thank you.
It's good. Of course.
You have been the most equitable I've seen all day, and it has assisted me in. It has greatly set my nerves. I had thought that our relations would be damaged thanks to the issues the past 2 weeks. Once again, I have thoroughly disciplined my members for such crass behavior.
Well, that is good to hear. I will be sure that's also provided towards the Arcanum when it comes to your appeal.
I appreciate it. Now,
Mister, are you
now,
back? It's been well over 10 minutes, bro.
I'm
Mystic.
just gonna point out X is for
Bro,
my. Oh,
I'm
no,
here.
he's alive. He's
Bro, please pay
alive.
my lines, bro. I gotta eat.
You gotta eat.
Yeah, just what's happening? What's happening?
We are currently in front of the father, and he wants to talk to you
Piotr.
now. Piotr.
Excuse me,
Piotr.
father. I don't have a father.
No,
Father
no,
Piotr.
Piotr.
No, not
Father
you.
Piotr. He technically does have a pastor title.
Yeah. I was having a
Oh,
talk
him.
with him
Okay, yeah.
about
What's
like
up?
him wanting to
What
go
is
to
this dumbass
Liverpool,
thing?
and now he wants to talk to you.
Oh no, he's actually. So what he asked Natalia for was an appeal for the Arcanum to cover up the mess of whatever Bethel's calls to arms would be in Liverpool.
Yeah. So technically, it's up to Natalia whether she delivers it or not. She probably will.
And
Curiosity always gets to
he
her.
also asked for the sake of dispelling a rumor about Bethel. He's asking for information of Atticus.
Okay, then let me ask you this: what is he offering?
All the knowledge and information that is left behind during their inquisitions.
Liverpool raid.
Yeah. We get all the stuff.
While
They
that's
won't take anything.
tantalizing enough, I don't see how that is enough information for us to stick our necks out for hunters.
Okay.
It's not.
If of course, if that's the case, then please voice those concerns.
Although I would like materials too. Preferably the.
Bro, you're a shit fucking councilman, bro. How the hell you think this is a fair deal?
No, I never said it was a fair deal.
Now, now I understand certain trepidation, and I believe I can incentivize you just a bit.
Oh, actually, now I think about it. To appeal to this a bit more, instead of just our increase in knowledge, we would like the materials that are left behind during raids if this does go through.
How about I incentivize you by making the knowledge more direct on what you will find there? Okay?
Uh-huh. That does sound tempting, but again, I'm a bit adamant on when it comes to materials.
What
Souls,
materials are you speaking
bodies.
of?
Oh, I think you would know. After all, you're going
Oh,
down there to purge some of them.
No, you wish for the blank bodies.
Of course.
I will warn you, they rarely
Good
stay
for stuff.
preserved. But,
Well, if you can preserve them, I would recommend it.
of course, I was going
More
to offer
bodies to
you.
collect.
Allow me to offer something a bit more incentive-wise for the knowledge portion. He turns to Ophelia and he says, "Are you aware of blood witches?"
I don't understand your hunter terms.
Those that
Bit of an odd
work the
term.
red. He looks at you. I believe they call it redcraft. Oh yes, the blood magic ones.
Ah,
Surely you know them. I believe the word they use
Right.
to. Mhm. They're the
I know
ones.
who you're talking about. What?
Yes, their knowledge is what I'm offering. Apparently, they say, I've done a little bit of research myself, the Inquisition's told me, while Bethel has the idea that they set up shop recently within Liverpool, the truth is, they've been there for a much longer time.
oh really?
Listen, I think you're misunderstanding something. Information about those creatures would be valuable to those who can utilize. We prefer something a little bit more practical.
I apologize. Allow me to get right to the point then, for what I think you might actually want. They've found a method to leave a human between ghoul and man perfectly.
Really?
They're trying to, from what I understand, and he kind of like shows his fingers. They take point A and point B, and they string all the humans between to yank in whatever direction they want. They're finding a way between life and unlife. A consensus.
Actually, looking at
While
the
that
conversation.
sounds interesting, this method is something the old
Doesn't
blood mages may appreciate more. We're not willing to give up our sorcery for the sake of talent,
the
perceived preconceptions. Listen, let me be more direct, since it seems you're dropping the ball here. I'm willing to aid your effort here, and I'm even willing to share a few little secrets with you about the other side. However, what I ask in return is a supply chain. You see, I'm going to be doing something quite important, and I require blood. Not just gathered from the I mean live, fresh from the body. Send me some samples, a steady supply of them, and you have yourself a deal.
You can almost see the grin on his face. Why, that will be no problem at all. I'll simply
Yes.
divert some of the practice of my stockpile that I've been giving to my hired help. As he says that, by the way, Ophelia realizes that there are 4 perched stone beings looking down on you.
Oh, and don't forget the corpses.
Yeah, like intimidation is going to work on.
Oh no, I'm just saying that one of them just moved slightly. It wasn't trying to intimidate you.
Yeah.
It's actually nervous
Is
around
nobody
your
gonna say anything
fucking
about the
doll. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, it's the doll. It's the doll, Mystic. It made it move.
It's kind of funny.
But it
Poor
does give
doll.
a. But yes, to see that, to see these here.
Oh, it seems you've acquired something quite interesting.
Yes. All the way from France.
Ah,
I
French
heard
do
there
know
was a
how to
storm over
party.
there. I suppose
Frenchies.
you were behind it to some extent.
You heard of what about me, Miss Ophelia?
Nothing of import, I assure.
Hmm.
Still, I think we've come to a mutually beneficial solution.
Of course. I'm glad we
Speaking
could.
of which, I am interested in this man. What is your opinion of this Bethel Abraham?
And then you see his smile widen. But Mystic, you saw the picture of Piotr? I put it in the session images.
Yeah, it's in there.
Damn.
Anyway, so as he holds out, his breast swells for a moment with pride, and he tells you, Bethel is chosen. Not in the sense of, I believe he has some conflated worth. No, all his worth is real.
So like a chosen
I
one.
have vivid images of Bethel within my mind, of him blazing trails through the apocalypse.
Oh.
He just needs to accept.
So he is doing
You see,
this gallantly alone. A blazing trail.
gallantly, no.
Oh.
He is slovenly. He is holding on to a broken puppet. He is
Puppet.
someone who tries to say he does not care, but it's not honest care. He's not being honest with what he wants. You see, what he actually wants is absolution, confession. He wants to be subjugated, to have all of his sins be forgiven. But he knows at things like time he cannot have that. So he clings to a victim of a past victory of ours. One of the sacrifices we had to make.
Really?
Yes.
Sacrifices.
Yes. I feel bad for her as well. I know she still lives. I know that I saw her myself.
Oh, that is interesting.
She is
Is she in
valuable.
a terrible state? Like in a
Yes.
medical sense?
No, beyond that. Something that not
Oh.
even one of your magics would be well. He looks at you. Your sorceries would be able to fix.
I see.
She has been fractured and broken, fragmented and left as nothing. Cobwebs of cracks appear on every piece, have broken, reanimated each other back together, and have been restuck with the thinnest of glue.
Why
She is
the
no.
description?
She has been broken utterly and completely.
Who is the she, though?
I cannot say. That name is something that I promised him I would not speak.
Ah. Well, if the promise is there, I do understand.
And as he turns tracks towards Ophelia, He is a man who is too hard on himself, yet infinitely graceful to others. His compassion has limits, but I would say that more than anything, he is self-persecuting. He's a very kind man.
You may have your opinions, but I find them rather dubious. His grandfather was of an ill sort.
Yeah.
That's not to say he may be the exact same, but they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I had a question about that man. Since you know him so intimately, perhaps you can answer it. I had heard that he had performed greatly in World War II. In fact, I heard that he averted many disasters. Is that true? And he was the one to spur the Arcanum into involvement to defend England and a few other places.
He was a fool who made sure many of us died in the process.
Ah.
And he cringes for a moment. Is it true he had a merry band of inhumans?
Maybe. I didn't pay too much attention.
He must have not been all awful. He seems to be trying to fish for anything positive.
Well, how would you look upon a man who would abandon his family, who would desecrate his bloodline, and doom every single one of his descendants? And not just them, but his friends, his colleagues, his organization, pursuit of something so, well,
He looks confused. Desecrated. How did he desecrate his family?
That'd be a bit too much for the time being.
I misspoke. I get a little passionate when I hear about that young Esther. Though I suppose he's no longer a young man.
He's dead.
I heard. It's a shame I couldn't make his funeral.
You feel, and he asked though. He actually had pride. And you seem rather. You say passionate, but you seem quite hurt by his desecration of family.
It's not just about family. I assure you, my dislike is purely professional.
As it should be.
What about his wife?
Hmm.
Well, it's not my place to say.
I'm trying
If
to
you
gather
ask
any.
me, I think that woman was lucky to escape when she did.
And forgive
That's
me.
all you're going to get.
Yeah.
He sees. He thinks that you might. He stares at you. You feel his gaze is piercing, perhaps more than just a gaze. But he goes, "I'll not pry any further."
I certainly hope
Well,
not. I mean, if everything goes
and
well with the
now,
Arcanum, we'll get the
and
information anyway.
he holds up a smile for a moment. And as thank you for what you've done, he reaches into a Bible he has by his side, and he pulls out what could best be described a piece of paper, and he holds it out to you, Ophelia. For you.
Ah, what a nice gift.
You know, people keep handing me things today. I
No,
wonder what
but
yours will say.
oh, don't forget. But you can throw it away. It does not matter. As you look at it, you realize what it is. It's a rescinding order over a misunderstanding of you. It's a misunderstanding of your crimes. That you are no sinner, merely misunderstood by the Inquisition, and you must be reevaluated.
Now, how did you manage that?
I have my ways, and one of my ways is levying the entire militaristic might of my faction into a threat of making sure that two other powerful inquisitionary forces, well, two powerful Vatican forces, would be tied up within a conflict for the foreseeable future.
Oh.
I must say, I must extend my compliment. You seem to have excellent poise, considering you haven't attacked me yet.
Oh no, my dear. He holds his hand out as if actually offended by that. I would never attack you. You're not a heretic.
Oh, you,
No.
of all people, should feel this swirl of negativity.
He looks at you with a confused look. That is not negativity, my dear. You simply bear more sins than others do. Not because you choose to, but because this is what you have to do. Please, don't be so hard on yourself. You as well, he looks over at Natalia, and then he looks over at you, X, and you, porch misshapen child, this trial that you are facing will one day be rewarded by God. I promise. You see pure belief.
What?
Everything he speaks in this moment is genuine.
Huh.
That's why I dislike your kind.
You're eating cookies.
Bought over by cookies, as per usual, you'd think.
But I am willing to say that I believe that the church's doctrine can be far too unforgiving. He looks up at the gargoyles. They, for instance, would be put to death. However, the church has used their iconography to guard their walls for ages. So I thought, why not give them the chance to prove themselves? You know?
How exactly do you plan to make them
You're
prove
twisting the
themselves?
truth. The reason they were used that way is because the had a particular type of master in that period of time.
Hold on. How exactly do you manage to... How exactly do you plan on utilizing these things?
They're not things. He tells you,
Oh,
they
I'm aware.
are part of my flock, and they have
Oh.
names.
You've accepted them as your own.
Do not refer to them as anything less than the individuals that I walk this path with.
Then I deeply apologize. That was a bit rude of me.
Your apology has been accepted by me. However, they feel differently. That's up to them.
Might I ask of their names?
No.
Very well. I will not pry. Though I do hope
Well,
they will forgive me as
idiot.
well.
because you're an idiot. Kind of just cut you
I
off.
hope they don't.
Of course, my Gorm.
Yes. I plan on using them as, and he smiles. They have told me that upon my offer of sending assistance to Bethel, they will take to the skies and they will aid.
They'll what?
They have a chance to bite back at the ones who have twisted their form. They have a chance to take revenge for all the lives they have lost.
Oh.
It is I told them that
Revenge.
revenge is not just, but they told me a different tale.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not God's will to present righteous indignation, to strike down the slavers, to slay the cruel, to slay the monstrous? As such, revenge in and of itself could be seen as personalized justice, perhaps a confessional on the
See,
battlefield.
that is an interesting analogy. I have to
That's
admit.
a convenient twist, isn't it?
It is
Indeed.
convenient, but I have to admit,
His
it is
eyes
interesting.
he looks at you and he says, I have come to accept that perhaps I have the most twisted of all knowledge of you. Perhaps my own Bible is nothing more than just what I want to read, what I want to see, and what I want to hear. But is that not what religion is at the end of the day?
That I will not
I wouldn't
answer.
know. I'm not faithful.
Hmm. But what's important is, and this is why I call you my ally, regardless of how you feel, you stand with humanity in their understanding. That alone makes you my ally, Miss Ophelia.
You know, I am terrible, and I bear many sins, and I will commit many more sins until the day I die. But you know, at least I have the self-respect and the understanding to be honest, to say that I am sinful, that for my efforts, for everything I claim to do, regardless of what changes I bring upon this earth, I will suffer in the very pits I send people. You people who crown your sin in virtue are the very type of people I can't stand. Whether you consider me an ally or not, is none of my business. Benefit is benefit. Don't
Of
expect
course.
anything.
Of course. Of course. I'm sorry if I've offended you with my words. Now, is there anything you wish to talk about before I return back to my sermons? Miss Natalia, perhaps? Even you. I believe your name was X.
Right.
Sorry, what'd you say? Oh, wait, you're talking to...
No, he was just saying if you guys had any questions before he returned back to his nightly sermons, which means that
Truthfully,
he's
Are you
probably reading
capable?
these.
yeah.
Wait. Are you capable?
Hmm. Oh, Mr. Cut. All I heard was, "Are you capable?"
Yeah, that's all he asked.
That's all I ask.
Capable of what? Hmm.
Can you
When you asked,
cast
"Are
the Holy Shroud?
Yeah, so he's able to
oh?"
do that. That is a bit important.
He smiles. I can do much more than that.
Oh. Well, truthfully, on my end,
I need grieving souls. I'll reach into my dress. I have a little handbag with me.
I
I'll
like
say a
handbag.
little something.
Mhm.
It's a very interesting looking ritual dagger.
He stares at the dagger.
This is a primal casting tool. It already has everything that's needed to be used. When you find a medium, thrust it into their heart, and they will become a gate that opens to a place I don't think you want to know. What's going to come crawling out of those things are suffering, terrible, resplendent, and regret. I would do it myself, but I do not possess your shroud to contain them.
Of course. A simple matter.
As soon as they have manifested and they are trapped, they must be fed. Whenever you do your little twisted interrogation, do it in the same building.
Of course. I understand. Believe me,
It
your
will
rituals
feed
are
them.
not lost on me.
After a certain point, strike them with the blade, and they will turn into fine dust. I want you to gather it, send it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
In return, I'm willing to give you something quite interesting.
Hmm. What would that be?
The one problem that you hunters face is your lack of knowledge when it comes to sorcery. The capacity not to be able to cast.
Oh.
What if I told you that I could prepare ritual items which are already intact spells? Sorry, ritual. These rituals can be utilized to summon helpers, more sheep for your flock.
Hmm.
And these ones can strike from unseen places.
I would accept. I am a hunter first. I'm a man of the church second. But above all, I'm a weapon for God.
Indeed. So why don't you weaponize?
Exactly. I agree to your terms, Miss Nightingale.
I'll
You
give him a
exceeded my...
very interesting looking emblem,
Of course.
right? It's on the back end of the dagger.
Mhm.
This is my family vested. You wouldn't understand what it is. Don't bother with it. All that's important, all that you need to know, is that with it, once you subjugate them with your, well, abilities, press it against their body, and chant your little prayers, and they will become your helper.
Of course. And he smiles at you. My binding rituals sure do get easy for you once you get high up there, don't they?
When you've lived as long as I have, you breathe potent.
Of course. He gets up.
You know,
Mhm.
an interesting member of your clergy, well, not you specifically, from the past, had asked me a question. Why did I never bother to awaken? Perhaps I could have cast off the mortal shell and engaged in the war of ascension. Why do you
Hmm.
think that is?
You would have gotten bored.
No, it's
Hmm.
because they're fighting to be God in a godless world. What they fail to understand, that whether God exists or not important. It is the idea that makes it manifest. Their petty power struggles amount to nothing. They've been at it for thousands of years, and not one has succeeded in repression. What makes
Ah,
them think they'll succeed now?
he holds a hand up. Because there's a chance that it might. Doesn't matter. The chance is never zero. Just as the chance for victory is never 100%.
But humanity has reached far further than thought possible. Despite their short history, look how far we've come. In only the span of 100 years, we went from a decadent and filthy society to a modernized one.
He looks at you dead in the eyes. And it would take and as the more advanced we get, the easier it would be to ruin all of it in a single night.
Risks come with reward. The
Exactly.
reward for
However,
mortals reaching the realm of God is their folly. I do agree
yes.
with one thing you've said. The power of mortals, power of humans, is that of any supernatural. And I will prove it, or I will die trying.
Hmm. Now, as he gets up and he tells you though, but I must begin the sermon. The brothers gathered here are mourning. He looks at the gargoyles. They are begging for their souls back, and I am trying to inform them of how one gains a soul. Please stay if you'd like. As he steps up upon the podium, and you hear him begin to recount Leviticus.
It's time to leave, Nathan. We've got everything we want.
One last stop. As you get back in the car, X, the box is in reach again.
Oh yeah, this time, when Natalia gets in the car as well, she's gonna hand the box to Ophelia. What do you make of it, Ophelia?
It's filthy.
Filthy.
The second-
Remnant. The
the sec-
obsession of a man who was lost.
The second it goes near your doll, the doll throws itself at Natalia as if to get away from it.
Oh,
You know, I still call BS on an art. Well, you know what? Whatever. We'll say that for
you know, for the first time in my
Call
life,
BS
the
call
doll
BS for it.
actually relies on me as cover.
Nah. I'm gonna save that for the end instead.
No, it's not afraid. It's disgusted.
Disgusted, huh? Well, now I know this thing's definitely special, and it will definitely... Actually, it might be more helpful to me.
You just figured that out now.
Yeah, I mean, if I can make this doll so disgusted with this, maybe I can use it to make sure it doesn't break my goddamn drinks. You know, this is really a problem. I'm sick of buying drinks.
Maybe use plastic cups.
You
Next
think
time,
it won't
and
just
not glass.
implode the plastic cups?
I don't know. Try it out.
It's blown up plastic plates.
Mm.
Don't waste it. It is the greatest summoning medium. We could ask.
Really? I don't plan on wasting it. I plan to use it at some point. But for
Hell,
time
even the
being,
box.
I want to
I
keep
will
it
say,
preserved.
the box itself is valuable too.
Yeah.
Able to lock this in completely.
Well, since it is containing it, the box is definitely impressive with lead, but I'm guessing there's probably more to it. Well, for
Well,
the time being,
we'll
I'll
talk
keep it
about
back
it
there.
later.
If the doll
For
wishes
now-
to feel comfort in the arms of its mortal enemy, then so
No,
be it.
the second that the box is closed, the doll itself, with another possessed lurch, is back in her arm, back in Ophelia's arms.
I see. Your love for me has vanished as fast as it came. Understandable.
Went straight to its
I
mom.
truly do despise you, you wretched doll. Although, I guess we could say it's a bittersweet love, a love-hate relationship. Something that goes beyond mortal comprehension.
Quit your meandering. Let's get this last meeting done with.
All
I'm
right,
Yeah.
tired.
I
to
agree.
Hutong. You get to Hutong, and
Oh
when you
gosh,
get
another hour.
when you get to Hutong,
Uh,
it's a long drive. It is roughly an hour and a half.
well,
Once you finally get,
Who's got on your side?
by the way, throughout the whole trip...
yeah, what's up? What's up?
Wait. Throughout the whole trip,
Who's
I
got on
have
your side?
subjected the,
I hear. What did you say?
I said X is dying inside. It's
Yeah.
dying because of the long
I'm
ass
about to
trip.
explain why.
Mm.
Throughout the whole trip, X has been subjected to listening to Party in the USA for scientific research.
Oh my god, Ophelia might kill you.
Yeah,
She
two
has
people want to kill
earmuffs.
you now.
I'm too busy lost in thought.
Yeah, Natalia made sure she had earmuffs. She didn't want to deal with the torture sessions again. Not until she gets home. Experiments are experiments to her. But she needs to keep fueling her ex-boy's rage.
Gotcha.
She's got to
And
cultivate
so-
this man.
Wait a fuck.
One second, let me get it real quick. Everything for this. Let's go.
X, how do
Something
you
nice.
enjoy the song? Love it, right?
Fuck you.
What do you mean, fuck you? You've been listening the whole time. I've seen you do a little bit of head nods.
Because heads nods. That's me bashing it my head against the steering wheel.
Mm,
Well, I mean, we didn't hit, so I don't know. If you really hated it, you would
And
have
each
drove
time I
yourself off a
change
cliff.
it, you keep
Again,
going back to it.
listen. You know you're not supposed to change the channel. That's on you. I should reprimand you. But, you know, I started hearing you mutter it under your breath, so I think you liked it.
I don't. And the
Although that
last
might
time you
be
kept
the
playing
other
this stupid
voices as
song, even
well.
Ophelia was dying inside.
What do you mean? She had earmuffs on. She was fine.
Yeah, right now. You're the reason she has them.
Well, that's because I love Ophelia deeply enough to the point where I gave her earmuffs. Her ears should be preserved. I don't need her singing Miley Cyrus on negotiations for her own part. You, on the other hand, I think would be
Is it
fun to
like
watch.
that song?
Anyways,
I will crash this car.
just go to the destination. People feel you
As
happy.
you get there, the Hutuang, the first Chinese restaurant in London to gain a Michelin star, usually impossible to get a reservation for. Whole place rented out just for you.
Man. And I thought I could send love letters.
But this Chinese food could get me happy.
Ophelia, is there any special codes you have to give or any special
Nope.
proclamations?
There's nothing. It's just open for you.
Oh, I was asking Ophelia. Like in
Okay.
character.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
If there is, I don't care for it. If we get rejected, we leave.
Understandable. Well, I guess let's get to it. If anything unnecessary happens, Junior, you know what to do. And no, I
I
don't
get
mean
to fight.
sing to them. Yes, fight.
I'm not singing you, buffoon.
Although,
Whatever.
if you do try to act rebellious again, I will make you sing the entire song while fighting. Next time.
That will sate my rage.
Listen, think about it. You'll start berserking while singing Miley Cyrus. Wouldn't that be very fantastic?
Pick a different fucking song that you like.
Well, I mean, there are other American songs I have to dig into.
Please just pick fucking rock or something.
All right. So, as you enter there, you find a very pretty. You see that the whole place is almost as if they're celebrating New Year's.
Oh my. Quite the place. Festive.
No shit.
And you see a few people, appear to be Asian figures waiting for you.
I'm gonna have to hold in my slurs.
You better not ruin this. For all of us.
Y'all know I have a hard time with this. She'd say faking.
Oh my god.
One girl waits for you at the front.
Alright.
She has very interesting colored hair. You see that she's wearing a very, almost,
You're gonna make
Yeah.
this really difficult for Natalia.
yeah. Anyway, she waits and then she sits down. She says, she holds her hand out at the open seats. Please sit down.
Oh,
We
thank
have
you.
much to discuss. I'll keep it brief since I'm sure you are exhausted, considering that you should be resting at this hour.
Nap time is in a couple more hours, actually.
I see.
Oh, I
Alright,
wish I
thank
could
you for
sleep.
your consideration. Yes,
course.
Junior, you will get your nap when you get home.
Don't call me that.
Now, what I ask is very simple. By the way, you see very fancy treats on the table for you. Peking duck, shit like that.
Ooh.
Even traditional
Mine.
traditional Chinese. You just
No,
just rips the whole chicken. I don't know.
No, that chicken's mine.
So, however, she does aim her hand in a very tilted, almost martial art style motion
Mhm.
towards Ophelia. Now,
Huh.
why I called you here, Miss Whispering Thorn, is because I have a job for you that only you can do. Because I've heard of your talent. And more than that, what I care for is your ability to make decisions on your own. The exorcists in the city who people have tried to make me turn to are all inept when it comes to individuality. And I don't like that. Rigidity and tradition are true. Those are the backbone of society. But when it comes to these very personal experiences, they choose to defer to a system rather than themselves.
Well, that's just
Travesty.
how bots act. She'd mention, like, while she's eating.
Do you understand, my dear? What I want from you, as she closes up her fan, is I want you to help us out. I'm not sure if you know what we are, but no, she holds her hand up. I am very much a human being.
Huh?
Yeah, she's a human being.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about
Oh, no.
those exorcists she'd mentioned.
Oh no, I was talking to no. I wasn't talking to you either. I was just saying yes, we're not. Yes, we are human.
Are
She was
you
joking.
perhaps
Ugh,
a hunter?
We are hunters of the east. That is true.
hunters, huh?
She nods her head at you.
Damn, this chicken's good.
I'm
I've
glad you
only
like
heard
it.
rumors. You people usually don't come out this far.
Actually, keep out here. Man, I could use more chicken like this.
When you say
I'll
that,
take all the chicken.
you see her. She takes in a deep breath and she exhales. Normally we do not, but we have been tasked with expanding. You see, for the first time in many years, the ones who made us have called for us.
Crazy. Eat more chicken.
Are you telling me your so-called deity has contacted?
Sent all of us visions of London. That's why we're here. A few of us, of course, that decided to come.
The
I
party
am the
of
one.
London is ever going.
And more of a fight. Good.
I would argue that's more of an ill omen.
My name is Zichun Baothe. Pleased to meet you.
Hmm.
Let's keep it there.
You already know who I am.
Of
I won't
course.
return the pleasantry.
Oh no.
To
She
cut to
tells
the
you.
chase, I must confess. I don't deal in the type of creatures you hunt. What exactly are you looking for when you say exorcism?
She gives you then a real smile. As she opens her fan up and just tells you, the impossible has happened. A hunter, one of those new imbued, has become a specter. That's what you call them, yes?
What?
A hunter became a specter. That's
Not
fascinating.
sure
Like,
how.
Excuse me. Are you sure you know what you're talking about?
If I'm talking about a tormented spirit being pulled from one of those, and she just puts her fingers up, imbued as they call themselves, becoming an angry spirit that's now ravaging a human abode, yes, I believe I am.
looking directly at her.
That
Looking
is
at Natalia and feeling it.
that is
My
quite far
question
fetched,
still
though.
stands. Why would you require an exorcist? Hunters hunt their own.
That is true.
And that's when she kind of looks at you, because this one needs to be taken care of.
Let me fight. Let me fight.
We're not sure entirely why it exists. In fact, we might believe that we came to the wrong conclusion. We hope we did. That's why we're asking you before we jump to any conclusions. A hunter would simply destroy it. We need answers on why it's carrying a similar sensation to one of those new imbued.
Sorry. Forgive the stereotype. I wasn't aware that people preferred or were capable of subtlety.
That is indeed something impressive.
She actually laughs at that and she goes, "Believe me, I am considered the gentlest of my colleagues."
Oh,
Lame.
really?
Well, I always consider it a sign of great poise when someone is able to stomach my presence and not attack me in
She shakes her
anger.
she shakes her head at you. "Believe me, your presence is actually a welcome one compared to the other beasts that I have been forced to sit across the table from. You are not a monster. You are a poised tiger. You are lurking behind the sheet, and you are ready to jump when the time is right." However, that boorish man, as she now holds out her fan in almost an indignatious look, coming in here and telling us that we have no right to be here in the West. Calls himself the vassal of the church. Claims that we should not be here. Period. We should simply crawl back off to the East and die.
Oh, so a hater of fine cuisine.
That fellow is quite rude, isn't he?
Yes.
Rude, but useful. Useful enough that I won't interfere in this.
Of
That's
course not.
business between you, Hunter.
No. And she shakes her hand. She nods her head at you. Of course. I told you, I hired you for one job. Your job is not to get between me and that disgusting lug. I promise when the time is right, you will be allowed, though, to torment his soul for whatever you'd want. Granted that I splatter him enough.
You're speaking of the request, but where is the reward?
Prophets speak well to a heart. It's cold
When
as
you
ice.
say that, she's gonna smile. And she smiles wide. I brought you
Ooh.
something. She holds out for you a broken egg.
But
Huh.
The symbolism of the chicken and the egg is lost on.
It's a bit too big to be a chicken's egg. It's about 12 inches tall, 3 wide.
What, are you trying to give us a dinosaur egg
Ostrich?
now?
well, dang, you beat me to it.
That's like a straight ostrich egg.
And she just says to the unenlightened, to those who are not in the know, yes. I heard you deal in spirits that are interesting to you, yes?
Well, I suppose that's true. What of it?
Well, I cannot say too much, as I do not, once again, this is something a bit on us. Have you ever heard of a dragon egg?
Ooh.
Excuse me?
She looks at it, and she taps it once more. Yes, this is one of their unborn children. Deep in the bottom, you can see
There's more.
a fetal skeleton.
Excuse me.
One time I wish she was
I
alive.
usually don't ask these kinds of questions, but when clients make such a bold statement, I simply must. Where did you obtain this?
We killed a Quay, and she just tells you flat out, I killed a Quay Jin that was trying to hoard it.
Equation. Is that what you refer to your?
Well, technically, I alongside my 2 primary lackeys, we slew an entire group of them.
Wasted material.
Yes, that's what we call our Eastern vampires, I suppose.
Speaking of them, I am quite interested to see their spirits.
Yes.
If I knew that's what you wanted, I would have dragged it back here alive.
Do you still have the
Please.
bodies?
Keep me in consideration.
If it's any interest, if that's the case, then I have another little friend you might want to visit.
Oh.
And then she just tells you, and she just says, in American.
An American, eh?
An American here in London. I've been studying her. And she and she throws a little picture on the table. You see a woman with like a very hippie looking woman, yin yang circle necklace around her neck, like a large midriff kind of show, like her midriff showing, and they tell you Caucasian yet. And she just says, that's equation.
That is definitely an American.
And you listen to their shitty song.
Listen, they're fascinating.
Wow.
I didn't say I supported their trends. I just found their
Considering that this
culture
is not part of
fascinating.
the deal, I'm willing to take it as your sincerity.
Oh, I merely meant to say she is a new equation who has not become feral.
Oh?
Has she not gone through her second death?
She simply tells you, I have no idea. Even though our group is considered quite well informed on Kuei-jin, it appears as if she has somehow managed to regulate herself by being, well, and she thinks about it for a moment and then she looks at you. Let's just say exceedingly empowered by yin. She appears more alive than other mortals. She walks in the sun. She gives off all the impression of one who is completely consumed by yin.
You know, I've just had the wildest idea. Care to listen?
Of course.
You said you've had a bit of trouble seeking refuge here. Well, I happen to own quite a few properties, and I can support your activities over here. In return, I'd like to get to know the powers you utilize.
Hmm. Not too bad a deal. However, I
Besides,
must say,
that foolish man is the beginning of your way. There are many other groups who will stand in your way, and they won't be so, well, temporarily passive.
hmm. Although I must ask one question to you all. You stink of the Yama Kings. She just says,
Wow, that's quite rude.
have you come in contact with one of their
Ah.
pieces?
I'm surprised. Can't you recognize? And then I look at him.
You look at who? At X? Who? I hear what you said, Misty. You look at who?
Doll. The doll.
Oh, no. She looks at the doll and she goes, that's not what I entirely meant. No, I have no issues with the demons with one of those such creatures.
That's fascinating.
I'm speaking of something else. She points over at you, at X. You smell the strongest of it, as if you're practically bathed in it.
He was listening to,
I shouldn't be surprised.
you know what, I'll keep quiet.
Regardless, that's
It's-
not my business. I'm not here to chastise you. However, your proposition of allowing us quarter to better move about the city is tempting. We shall see to it. As long as the others agree, you may just find us taking you up on the offer.
Well, if you do, please send by mail. I don't want to keep opening doors to people.
Of course.
Please.
But yes, upon your retrieval, we will show you the true extent of this egg. If spirits truly are what you're looking for.
Well, my own request in this
I wanna
is if
fight the
you
dragon.
find any special, bodies, I'd recommend sending to.
Hmm. Oh, there is
Materials are
no
always
end
like-
to that. We could send over quite a few things from the east.
Oh well, I would be greatly appreciated.
Now,
Can you bring anything alive that I can fight?
my friend, if you truly want to fight, I believe I could knock you on your ass right now.
You know what? I would give a fair amount to that. I'd enjoy to see that.
Ophelia, X is in danger. It might be taking up an eastern demon, the little demon hunter friend here, on a fight.
Bring it on!
Well,
Are
to
you-
me, he's only prototype number 3.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how he fares. I won't lie.
All right.
It won't be pretty, I'll tell you that.
It won't be, but it will be
I'm going.
fascinating.
So let me go grab something really funny. I'm gonna see if I have it real quick.
I hope Count has a stat sheet for this.
No, we can't do it then. He's on the stat sheet. Actually, no, I can do.
Yeah,
one
but
thing.
you don't give
I
these
can do
shit.
something. Give me 1 second. So as you get ready to fight, as you get up, I'm gonna grab it because you.
All right. I'm going to go to a corner where I'm not going to lose the food. So I'm going to take my
Oh no! He
chicken.
tells you, do not worry. This will be over before you know it.
Oh, I'm sure. I just don't want the chicken getting cold.
I care less if I get my ass laid out or not. I need a fight to set my rage on, especially because of pointing directly at Natalia because of her shitty song choice. She didn't even pick rock. She kept picking the shittiest American song known to man.
Listen, Junior. That song was quality.
Yeah, quality
I
ass.
stand by the choices I made. You were vibing to it too. You even had the head jam going.
Yeah, I was bashing my head against the freaking wheel.
You're
Are
just
you?
a
I'm gonna grab it.
liar. That song was peak, as they would say.
So.
You couldn't even let me change the rock.
What do you mean? That is
Mm-mm.
clearly rock.
You know what? Shut up.
Now I gotta tweak your brain, it seems.
All right, so she is going to use. Yeah,
Let's focus on your fight.
I'm gonna use Tiger Strength. I'm gonna just roll this real quick. Okay. With one, she does a quick motion with her iron fan as she swings herself, and it is as if a gale force goes through the entire restaurant as you are split vertically, then sideways again, and then vertically again. You're just a pile.
I still thought.
That's how you would laugh.
She closes her fan. And she looks a bit exhausted. She does look as if she exerted herself a bit, and she goes, oh, "He's quite difficult. Who's quite hardy. I didn't actually think I'd get through that medal the first time."
Happens. For all we know, he's gonna
Fun.
lift up his arm just to shoot a gun at her.
As she closes her fan and she looks at Ophelia and the rest of you. That is one such power we possess.
Oh, that is fascinating.
I hope you are watching.
Oh, indeed. I must say,
I'm gonna challenge you again.
your style
One day.
reminds me of that one video game that's been a little bit popular throughout the days. Street Fighter. Like that girl, what's her name?
Oh gosh, not this again. You're
Oh, yeah,
obsessed with her.
yes, I was a fan of this. Chun-Li. They had a huge thing about her.
For fuck's sakes.
I
Bravo,
appreciate
though.
it.
Shoots her clapping.
Smiles.
But as I've been slandered today, it seems I must slander another. You seem to lack the thighs.
Damn, boy, you see her
Okay.
image in there? She got them thighs.
That is
Not enough thighs.
barely.
Oh, damn.
That is
She looked-
the one time I agree with you. She does not have enough thighs.
Also, I mean,
Not
by the way,
enough
this girl is.
watermelon crushing.
By the way, just so you know, this girl's like.
firepower.
I think she's 5'. I think she's 5'3".
Doesn't
Next
make a
time we
difference.
fight, use your thighs.
Actually, no, no, I think she's actually 5 foot. Like I look at her exact official height. Yeah, damn.
Eh,
Damn. You midget.
And even the sliced up junior is criticizing your skill.
Anyway.
But you still
Shut
So,
up, Flatty.
so Miss Ophelia,
burning
I've
you isn't
decided.
enough.
I really do think that you and I will make a wonderful team with this. I promise you, if I find
Likewise.
I promise you that if we find any equation in the field, and we find it somewhat sustainable, bring them back to you. By all means. Unlike the hunters, you will find that we are not so strict about who we work with.
That is pleasant.
Fun.
Am
Yeah.
I gonna have to reassemble him, by the way?
Yeah.
God damn it! I guess
I
I better
bid
get
you,
started.
and she tells you, I bid you adieu. I must prepare myself. The hunt readies.
Alright. Well, thank you. I'm gonna have to
And we are going to end
reassemble
the
this
session.
idiot. Oh, I want to reassemble him before I go. Before we end it.
Okay.
Get this idiot reassembled. I need a driver.
All right.
You know, you're supposed to dodge. Make sure you have some locomotive ability, but no. You had to stand there and look like a big boy.
Mm.
In the start of the fight, I do not dodge.
Yeah, I'm clearly aware. You're like a bot.
I have no idea what she was capable of. So leave me alone.
Assume the worst. Assume they'll always be stronger than you. You're not told this. I wonder if Phileas will
Yeah,
knock you
whatever.
off your ass.
He is soon fixed up.
Good. Let's get us to the car before we end it.
Got you? Because you all walk out to the car,
Alright.
and you all strap in and everything else. It's a long day. There's going to be a long night ahead of you to sleep it all off.
Yep.
That's where we end off.
Happy.
Alright, good.
He's happy he
Let
had a
me
fight.
end in 3, 2, 1, now.